and no Jesse. Okay, you guys ready? Okay, folks, we're live. So, tong, tong, tong. Okay, welcome to the meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission, everyone. It's Tuesday, September 6th. It's about 3 minutes after 4. And present at today's meeting are Val Oliver, Diane Coombs, Abigail Camp, myself, Ray Pohl, Carrie Thornwell. I think that's it for now, right? Actually, Stephen Welch has just entered the auditorium, so let's count him as being present. For those of you in the audience, you know the drill. Cell phones on mute, and if you want to record any portion of today's activities, let us know in advance. I think that's it. And should we have a motion to?
I make a motion.
Thank you. Diane has made a motion to approve today's agenda, and we can do this just by saying aye.
Aye.
Physically present. Wait, I didn't ask all those in favor of. Now you can say aye.
Aye.
All right, there we go. Any opposed? Very good. Okay. Any commissioner comments at this time?
Is this place, or is it next one about the letter to the select board?
Yeah.
That's the next one.
That's the next one.
Okay.
I have to leave temporarily when Shab lets me know I'm up over there. That will just be a over and.
Okay. Well, that's why we have associate members. Okay. So no commissioner comments at this time. There's a few things we want to clear up here. So I drafted what I hope captured the heart and spirit of our discussions over the last couple of weeks regarding where to go in terms of the reconstitution in some form or another of our advisory boards. So I wrote it this weekend. Monday, yesterday was a holiday. I'm sure you didn't all get it until this morning. I know that's short notice, but as you also probably know, it's on the select board's agenda for tomorrow evening. And I was really kind of hoping to get them something so that they could cogitate on this matter.
I read it all.
Okay.
And
Good.
there's
Thank
only
you.
one thing I would ask you to add to it,
Okay.
because it's been a point of knowledge and they sort of ignore it, is to say that we, the HDC, has the final word, that the advisory committee, whether it's the sign committee or anything else, are only advisories, and it has to come to us.
You know what? I thought I put language in there, and if I didn't, I'm sorry, because I want to make that point, because I think there's a popular misconception.
Yeah,
that-
I do too.
Yeah.
So read it out, because
Yeah, okay, I
otherwise
will. I'll
it
check
was a
that.
good letter. I just thought that would be an addition.
That's great. Thank you for that. Anyone else? And listen, I know it's really super short notice.
I can read it.
You did read it or you didn't?
I
I
did.
read it too, actually. I
But
got it.
I should have reread it before the meeting.
I did not get it. Do you have your email?
You didn't get it.
No.
Oh, no.
I might have missed it. It could have gone to like spam. I thought it was a good letter. I read anything.
It came from me.
Okay. Well, I do get your emails. Maybe I overlooked it somehow.
Possibly, I do
No
some
worries.
of them.
It would have been this morning. I think I saw it come through this morning.
I was okay. I thought it was great.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I can't, I don't think anything stood out to me.
Hey, listen,
That's- yeah.
if anything should come up, Esme, were you the one that told me we need to get it to them tomorrow morning? No, who told me that? Somebody told me that. because my next question, if it is indeed tomorrow morning, when tomorrow morning?
It
Anyway,
just said
I'll-
hi.
Yeah,
It-
I'll find that out, because if any of you have any last minute comments, I'd like to, really get everybody's, make sure that everybody's being heard on this one. Okay,
Yeah.
all right, great.
Okay.
Diane, thanks for that comment. Hillary, were you here to speak on this matter at
I've
all?
been following this and doing some research, so I mean, I haven't seen the letter. I don't know if you would want comments from public on the letter.
You're welcome to have a copy of it.
Yeah, I was thinking we could put it up on the
Yeah,
screen.
why don't we? I mean, it's not that long.
Yeah, you can skip the first paragraph.
Skip the first. That's the most important part. That's my favorite part.
Really?
You wanna read it?
You want me to read
Out
it?
loud?
You want, I can read it out, sure, why not? To members of the Nantucket Select Board, the first item on last week's HCC agenda was a review of the recent written opinion by town council regarding the questionable legal status of the various advisory boards that the HCC has formed over the years. No doubt we are now all familiar with town council's opinion. Although there have been efforts to question this opinion, mainly with the argument that they have been in place for so long, so why can't they simply remain? I believe that it is more important and productive instead to focus, productive to focus instead on the question of where to from here. Although there are a variety of thoughts and priorities among the members in answer to this question, the one overarching sentiment shared by all the board members is that the advisory boards are vital to the efficiency and thoroughness of our board's review process. Last Tuesday's discussion between board members, members of the public, and the HDC staff has yielded some creative and sound solutions to the problem we now face, both for the short and longer terms, which are enumerated below. Parenthetically, I noted that as a result of a follow-up opinion from town council dated 9/1/22 regarding our ability as a board or lack thereof to reconstitute the sign advisory committee under the provisions of chapter 340 of the town code, I will not be including this as a possible solution. Number one, because our meetings are publicly noticed, it is certainly possible, nay encouraged, for people making their voices heard in various areas of concern at our meetings. This took place, to my mind, very successfully during the reviews we conducted in the historic Mill Hill area of town. A possible flaw in this method of review is that because it is an informal gathering and notice to applicant is not required, there might not necessarily be the direct dialogue between the applicant and the reviewing agency. It therefore has the potential for less transparency than the current arrangement. This avenue can be pursued informally at any time, regardless of the outcome of the remaining options. Number two, it is also possible to have staff members or paid consultants review proposals with applicants in the office with their resulting recommendations passed along to our board. My memory is that this was policy way back in the pre-plus days of the HDC. I do believe that's the way it was. This opinion would undoubtedly require, no, this option, I'm sorry, would undoubtedly require more dedicated staff to conduct reviews. Three, the select board does in fact have the authority to legally constitute the very same boards that the HDC does not. It should come as no surprise that the current members of the HDC would like to have a say, and a large one, as to who gets appointed to the boards. The other issue that leaves me scratching my head as to why it hasn't come up any earlier is just how many boards need to be established. If I were living in Quidnet or Dionis, I would ask why the town hasn't given special emphasis and task groups to, or has given special emphasis and task groups to Sconset, Mattocket, or Tuckernuck, but not my neighborhood. That's, once again, parenthetical, just a comment I had to make. Number 4, we could in the longer term float either a citizen or town-sponsored warrant article calling for the amending of the HCC's enabling legislation to allow us to legally establish the advisory committees. I've been told that this has the potential to be a long and difficult process, perhaps without a favorable outcome.
Oh, yeah, little
Hey, listen, everything's on the table, and I wanted to put it all in front of those guys too. Although we value the input of all of our advisory committees, the one that we simply cannot do without, even for the shortest term, is the signed advisory committee. Anyone who has reviewed their current guidelines, their current guidelines, knows that they are both extensive and thorough. It is simply not possible for the HDC to take this review on, particularly in this frenzied environment when our agenda routinely runs to about 100 or more applications per week. So in closing, we hope that we can work together to find solutions to this recent and momentous change in our way of doing business, and appreciate your consideration in this rather urgent matter. Respectfully submitted, Ray Pohl, Chairman of the HCC. There it is, folks. Okay.
Very good.
Hillary, yes.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate hearing that. And it sounds to me like you're just you're telling the select board that you need a solution and that you want to have a large say in who gets appointed, and you're asking them to advise you about what to do next, right?
Yeah, and we're hoping, and I have heard sort of through the grapevine, that they are completely willing to work with us to find that solution rather than, sort of dump one on our laps.
So one question or one idea that I had is, would it be possible for them to delegate their right of appointment to you? So like, for instance, they have the right to appoint a committee. Would it, and I don't know the answer, this isn't a loaded question, I don't know the answer. Could they delegate their right to appoint a board to you?
Can I answer that?
Yeah, do you know the answer?
Something that I think that you and I may have discussed already. If it wasn't you, it was somebody else. Regarding Diane's earlier comment about our having the final say, again, proviso here, caveat, I'm not an attorney, but so I'm gonna do a little bit of an analogy here. So, no, what's with you? Okay, so one of the things in the earlier town council opinion that kind of started this whole ball rolling was that they said, the HDC is supposed to be ruling on all this stuff, but they're delegating it to other committees.
Isn't true.
And so they said, no, you can't do that. Well, the fact of the matter is that they don't do that because it always stops at this table. So I think if we were to take the same logic and then apply it to the select board, it would say, well, we could certainly allow you guys to have a big say in the same way that the sign committee has a big say in how we vote. We could influence how they would vote, but ultimately, I believe, and again, this is just me talking, I believe that it would really come down to them, and they have veto power over. I can only imagine that they would have veto power over whatever we would say.
Yeah. So, right, which I agree with Val, but just a couple things. So there's plenty of precedent for the select board, a select board in towns to give different groups a right to nominate people for boards. So in this case, they would be appointing people to these committees, but they would be choosing the appointees among people who are nominated, and the right to nominate people is given. And that is actually typically how historic district commissions are comprised in municipalities in Massachusetts.
Yes, agree completely. And that is the portion of the working together and
hammering it out.
somewhere in there was
Yeah.
the language
Yeah.
of, we want to, I think it said, we want to have a say and we want to have a big say.
Yeah.
So that, ideally, we would be making those appointments and they'd be ratifying them.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make a couple other points for consideration. I'll raise these with the select board too. But first of all, I think we have to think about this in context of what if the select board said, well, we want to appoint an advisory board to the Conservation Commission? I think people would think that was pretty weird. That the advisory board that the Conservation Commission should have an advisory board, and that advisory board should be appointed by the select board. That would be weird.
Well, okay, it depends on at whose impetus. If the Concom approached the select board and said, we don't have the power, by the way, I'm not necessarily advocating the select board solution, okay? But if the Concom went to the select board and they said, hey, we're not empowered in our legislation to appoint an advisory board, but you guys are, could you do that for us? Then I would think, okay, well, it was at the request of the Concom, as opposed to the select board just sort of unilaterally saying, you know what? The HDC needs an advisory board. We're gonna make an advisory board for you guys.
Yeah.
I don't think that would ever happen. I think that it would only happen at someone at our behest or at the Concom's behest.
Right. So anything that's done is going to last potentially in perpetuity. I mean, sometimes things that are set up in a certain context, they persist for years and years and years and years. So I just think whatever gets set up has to have longevity and be crafted with awareness that it has to persist. But so that was one point which obviously you thought about. And then the other point is that there is another commission that has an advisory board that it appoints on Nantucket. Pop quiz.
Oh, I think I know the answer to this. It's not coming to me. They're empowered to?
The NP and EDC is a commission created by a special act governed under the charter of Nantucket town and county, and it appoints an advisory board, and it's the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. So I think if we're going to bring this up, it just occurred to me that, like, what is this really about? We do have another board that does it.
Well, listen, again, this is moving very, clearly into territory that I don't have familiarity with, which would be the enabling legislation of the NP and,
Right, which doesn't authorize it to create advisory boards explicitly, just as your.
Don't say that in a public.
Just as yours doesn't.
We may have created a problem for another
Well,
board.
it's a problem for the select board to decide what they want to do about that. I'm just bringing it up because.
You mean their advisory
When you
board.
Start pulling on this thread, it's going to have, consequences.
Yeah.
And the other thing, just to be mindful of, that I'm certainly mindful of for when this goes to the select board, is that this board is not, the Sign Advisory Council, it's not an illegal board, right? I mean, it's not an illegal.
I'm looking
committee.
for a term. I know illegal has renegade, disparaging connotations, but it's not properly constituted.
Yeah, so it could be properly constituted.
well, it's
Yes.
absolutely what we're trying to get done here.
Yeah. So I hope that you will ask, it's up to you, but you could ask, and I hope the select board will also consider that this, the fact that you don't have your Sign Advisory Council operating right now, it is like a calamity that didn't have to happen. This board could have continued to be constituted, and it could still continue to be constituted while you kind of fix this all out in the background. And I hope that the select board would consider that maybe we should reconstitute it with the understanding that we're going to fix whatever legislation has to be fixed.
Yeah.
I still come back to, we don't know why they were disbanded.
Do you remember what I said like 2 years ago?
I just have to say
Thank you,
it.
Hillary, thank you for your comments.
One
Yeah.
selectman that I talked to said that the select board
Yeah. Yes,
was able to give us permission to form those committees.
oh, well, if they are, that would be a really
That person
fast,
said-
easy, simple solution.
Yes,
Yeah,
so.
Okay.
Is a thought. It was just between the first conversation between that person and me, but that's what that person said.
so, yeah, they are talking about this tomorrow night. It's on their agenda, which is why I wanted to get this letter to them, beforehand.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Stephen.
Yeah, I just like to suggest, I think there could be some utility not, currently anticipated if we were to be, if the select board were to extend the nomination process back to the HDC, we wouldn't be making the appointment, the select board would. And that utility is that at some point, if this is not a stopgap measure with a sunset, that if these advisory groups are going to be appointed, or some of these advisory groups are going to be appointed, that at some point it does become more of a political in nature type of an animal, and it's the nature of the beast. And I think the utility would be that the select board would not be involved in that. The select board would be looking at its nominating committee, the HDC, which makes a lot of sense to have the HDC doing the nominations. It also gets some of the paperwork that is currently processed through HDC support staff, keeps it there versus having it go to town admin. I'm not suggesting that's a big lift, but there is just some familiarity in the process. If interest forms were submitted, they were submitted to the HDC to be considered for nominating purposes. Nominations were made to the select board with a full list and maybe a brief sentence or two on the basis for the nomination. And then we would attend a meeting of the select board. I think there is some utility there. I haven't really had a chance to think about it. I just heard it this evening. It's interesting to note that it's interesting that it was noted that other communities do this. It's not completely different than how the planning board, if they have a member, gets involved with the select board. It's kind of an informal vote that they take. This would be a more formal process. And I think ultimately, though, we got to keep in mind if and to what extent there are advisory groups, it's going to be up to the select board. And that we should probably, I would suggest, put on our agenda for next week, follow-up discussion, because we
Great idea.
may need it.
Yep. So can we do that?
Who was attending the meeting?
Esme is. What?
We're just gonna have a letter?
Well, depending on when it is, I might tune in. I'd have to go Zoom.
Doesn't it start at 5:30?
I don't know.
Holly?
Do not know. And I also don't know where on the agenda that this particular item falls. At the end, of course.
But can't we zoom in?
I'm sure, and I think anybody that wants to do so can get the link, right?
Should be able to get, I couldn't get.
And be listed as a participant.
I
Yeah.
think they're on their summer schedule.
Yeah, so meeting would be tomorrow, and I was doing it, and anybody else?
Well, maybe we should, just to be safe, we should,
Post.
could we have them just give the link to all the members of the HTC? Is that too sweeping?
Email Erica because their Zoom is different than ours, their webinar.
Okay,
In order to make a balance,
right.
how we should do it too. I can email her first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah, see how many of us can actually get an invitation.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, through you, if I may.
Wow,
You may have already been thinking about this, but if we do get the links, I'm not sure how that's going to work because we didn't post for a meeting. So if we
Well,
attend and speak,
Gouge my eyes
That,
out.
no, that would,
I'm just.
that would be,
I know, it drives me
hang on.
crazy though.
what, the
The
posting?
stuff comes up, but it's all
Well, I
No, I
just
don't,
heard about this.
I really don't think that it's that.
Trying to think of,
The fact that the select board meeting is the day after we're having this discussion, I don't think that they calculated that.
look, what, like I said a while ago, when you're in the middle on process, you're on the wrong end of both sides.
So the salient part of that is if there are going to be 3 of us on the Zoom session, we can't notice. So there can only be 2 of us on the Zoom session at this point. 2 max.
Good if you could go, don't you?
Yeah, I have
we-
to see what I'm up to at that time.
Yeah,
We could go and just tune in and see if there are more of us. If there are more of us, back off, and if there's only one, then stay on. Don't they-
Gotcha.
They must
Gotcha.
tell you who's on. It would give us 2 people.
Can you look into that? Thanks. All right. Other thing, let's put this on follow-up discussion next Tuesday. Because by then we will certainly know what they have to say about it. Okay? Anything else? All right. So I think we're just gonna, we all have the schedule for our meetings, October through December, right, is what we're looking at? Yeah, so we just need to vote this through. Right? Any questions, concerns? Can I have a motion? Okay, that was a motion from Diane to approve the October through December HDC schedule as written. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay. Public comment. Hearing none, we will move on to consents from which I need to recuse. Val needs to recuse. So Stephen, you're going to chair this.
so on consents, motion to approve,
Motion.
all in favor?
Aye.
On discussion on the motion.
I just wanted to see, 2 Golf View Drive with the roof replacement. Is it new shingles or is the whole roof being replaced?
So what we're gonna do, Diane, is we are gonna ask, Abby, will you just do consents except for number 2 Gulfview?
Sure.
Is that your motion?
Excuse me,
Gary?
I can't hear Diane at all. Is her mic on?
Yeah.
It is now.
It is
Yeah,
now, sorry.
sorry.
Okay, so what was all that about?
I called on consent, I called 2 Golf View, which is a roof replacement.
So we're gonna hold, we've got a new motion on the floor. First one wasn't voted. It is to consent without 2 Gulfview in the packet. On the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
All in favor? Okay. 2 Gulfview, can we pull that up on the screen, please?
I think it's just shingles.
That's a, I didn't know the shingles are a whole new type roof or thing.
Mr. Chair, I believe it's going from 3 tab to architectural.
Holly, can we see the color on the app? Other way?
Yeah. Charcoal.
Charcoal, good, that's all I just wanted to know whether it was a roof, a whole new roof or
Sure.
shingles, that's all, thank you. I
Okay.
couldn't find it in my view packet.
So on consents, we'll take up number 6, 2 Gulfview again, the motion to approve.
Motion.
Diane, on your motion, or all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, passes unanimously. Thank you. Let's see. What's the next one? Consent with conditions?
Yeah, from which
Yeah.
I need to recuse as well.
So consent with conditions, 2 items. Any comments, concerns?
I make a motion to approve 1 and 2 on consent with condition.
On Diane's motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Now we're on to old business. Matthew, we're at 88 Pocomo Road for the guest house. Myself, Abby, Diane, Val, Stephen.
will share.
Yeah.
Hey, Matthew, can you remind me, why did we put this one off?
Two reasons. One was I just wanted to come and open up the schedule so other people could be heard that night. And two, I didn't know if there was any changes that were that we would need to
Affected
make.
by the grade change up above.
Yeah, and or any architectural detailing. So those two reasons.
Oh, okay, got it, right.
Including the,
So I can, with your
Yeah,
permission,
please do. Go
give you a
ahead.
brief summary. So you have looked at this previously. We did make some changes to the roof line, specifically dropping the left side of drawing 2 on the sheet that's up on the screen there, which is, again, if you're at that lower level, that is what you would see. But we would adjust the finished floor elevation heights. We could also, just to track that it is tracked with the landscape plan that Mirka had presented last week. But just to recap, this is, we did not, because there's a change in the grade, roughly of about 1 story, and I think that's represented on drawing 2 there. What we really want to do is make sure that this structure looked as if it's a 1-story structure from the other grade, if you will. And so the bottom of the structure is intended to look essentially like a drive-out basement, if you will. We had a different approach to the entry sequence, which Ray, you had made a suggestion about actually Ray, changing the massing of that, and I think that's been pretty successful. You can see that's on drawing 1 on A201. So again, try to keep the building very simple, not overly ornate or over fenestrated. It is, instead of doing 2 separate structures where you have like a guest house / pool house and a garage, we just combined it into 1 structure, so there's like less buildings on the property and take advantage of the grade change. So I think that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Who would like to begin? Oh, kids, come on now.
so-
Don't make me pick somebody.
Is-
Abby, go.
Matt, is the east elevation with that porch, is that the one that's facing the ocean, east?
No, that's actually facing closer towards, Pocomo. Obviously, you can't see.
The west
Oh, that one,
faces
yeah,
the
that
ocean?
faces correct, yes.
This
yeah.
one?
Yes.
East is facing Pocomo Road. Is that what
Yeah.
you want?
No, I wanted to know what was facing.
West
the-
is facing
West.
the
Yeah,
bluff.
I just wanted to, well, I think that it's low enough, we know it's lowest place on the site. And I don't think it's going to be that, I didn't want to see a long string of houses. So I think its roof change is such that it won't appear as a long string of buildings. So I'm okay with it. And I think on the other side, you can't see it.
The west. Right. Yeah, I would agree with that, definitely. Thank you, Abby. Who's next?
Through Mr. Church, Matt, what's the stone veneer? What is it actually going to be?
It's intended to match the stone that was presented and approved last week with Mirka's plan. We can submit a sample.
I don't think we're going to see it. I was just curious.
I want to get to, we're not going to see it point in a second. Thank you, Stephen. Who's next? Diane, I know you're itching to talk. Go ahead. Give us your
I
view.
spent so long talking today. The north elevation, if you're not going to see it, north elevation, the east and west and north and south. So I just wanted those windows or whatever as single panels and down below, but you won't see that from up above, and it will look like a 1-story thing. Matt, how high is that building altogether?
I don't know if we've got it shown. Might be on the elevations. Honestly, if
I can give you it from the low, from the
that-
east side. From the west, it's 18 and a half.
Yeah, I got that one, but it's got to be more
Oh, definitely more
on the
east.
north.
27.9.
27.9, thank you.
27.9, exactly, right.
So you're going to see basically the 18-footer for most of the places, and the rest is going to be in behind where you don't see it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to go on the property to see the
Yeah.
27-foot elevation. I'd also point out too that we worked pretty hard to make sure that the lower elevation grade is actually the existing grade. So that actually slope from one story to the next represents the site grade change, so
Okay,
we're
that's,
not moving around too much dirt there.
that is good. I appreciate you cutting down that little thing on the right-hand side,
Mhm.
the, lower the roof down. So it's big, but I guess you won't, I guess it fits and tucks in. You've done a good job doing that.
It should not be a highly
you.
visible structure.
Thank you, Diane. Val, your turn.
I have nothing.
The only thing I want to say on this, it's a large project. We all are aware of that. A large project, a lot of topo change, a lot of retainage. And heretofore, we've been talking about how its distance from the road and the vegetation will screen all this, and this will all be invisible from Pocomo Road.
But as we know, that's not always the case.
Well, so last week, not your application, Billy went out to do a site viewing, at the request of the builder. And a structure that had been represented as being completely invisible from a public way is 100% completely visible from a public way. Now, granted, it's at some distance, but all the vegetation has been taken down, and there wasn't anything conspicuously put in the minutes. There was discussion about how it's not going to be visible because of the vegetation, but there was no language, the same language that we use in our pool applications routinely. So I personally think that we as a board have to be more diligent about, well, if the site's all vegetated now and you can't see it now, we should just, to be careful, put in language that said, if it's a large, potentially controversial project that we're considering as being not visible from a public way, I think just to protect ourselves, we should put the little proviso in our approval.
I think that's a very good idea.
Now, Matthew, having heard all that, would you be okay with having that appended?
I would just want to be sure that it's not going to be visible at all, because I've been in that position before where you think something's not going to be visible and then it's built, you're like, oh, I never even thought about seeing it from that angle.
Your visibility in this case, particularly the guest house, it ain't going to be visible from the west.
I wouldn't think
It's
so.
not.
Yeah.
It's not going to be visible from the west. So we are talking about the vegetation between Pocomo Road and your guest house.
Yeah, I don't anticipate that coming out at all.
And listen, the remedy, and I think hopefully this will be the remedy for this other thing that we just discussed, will be go back in, put in enough screening so that we're not looking right down the drive and seeing everything full on.
Well, the driveway is windy.
Yeah.
It is, but you just never know.
Right.
It covers us by putting that statement in.
Yes.
So, and
It's-
it makes.
But it doesn't really, because as we know, we have an issue with a pool that wasn't supposed to be seen, and it is, and it got signed off by inadvertently, and nobody's doing anything to screen it. So we need like an or else you get fined by the
Right.
day or something.
Yes.
I also wonder too about with new owners,
And existing vegetation as
Right.
well.
like if somebody buys and sells a property.
People suck.
Well,
Well,
right,
mistakes are also
right.
made.
Yeah, if the property
builder's not
sells and the new
communicating.
owner comes in and clear cuts it, does a Mr. T on the,
Perpetuity.
yeah, so, in perpetuity. I think it's safe. And from your perspective, if the driveway is in fact meandering, I don't really think that it should be an issue for you or your client, or any future client for that matter, for
Sure.
any future owner.
I think in this instance, we're probably fine, but I just, again, in terms of being like 100% covered and perfect. if
Do you
it's-
want to take it back? I mean, I think that you should go for the approval.
I would love the approval.
I'll make
Okay.
a motion.
I mean, just add
Yeah.
vegetation.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be taking it out at all. I'm just, so I think we're
We all
fine.
know what a construction site is like, and the tree that you thought was going to be there gets hacked
Run
by a front end loader, backing up. Okay, so
Can
are
I
we
just
ready?
make a comment?
Yeah,
I'm
of
not
course.
on this one,
Yeah,
but in terms of the visibility factor and just using this as an example, it's a good looking building. So when you're talking about not seeing it, it might be a certain element that you don't want
Right,
to see,
right, like the stonework.
25 feet of glass doors, because you might see some of it, but you might not see the piece we don't want to see because we don't,
completely true.
do you know what I mean?
If we're
Because-
catching a little glimpse of the front of this
yeah.
building, which I find to be very attractive,
Right.
cupola.
fine. But I think that, if it's egregious, and in the case of this one that came in last week, it was egregious.
Mhm.
Flat roof, siding that I don't even know what the siding was, to be honest with you,
Yeah.
and then these gigantic windows and doors, and so that's the kind of stuff
Yeah.
we're.
I'm
I mean-
sympathetic. I do get it.
Our vegetation on Nantucket doesn't always go, like 30 feet in the air. So we're talking about scrub oaks and
Yeah.
other things. So there's a good,
Well, if you're in a car,
Chance you're
it's hard to look over a scrub oak and see something in the distance.
I think I'm totally fine with it in this
Okay.
instance.
I think you should do it.
I'll make a motion
All right.
to approve, with the proviso that to keep the vegetation intact as it is. And if there is some removed from, trucks going in and so forth, that it be replanted in perpetuity.
To maintain
Sounds-
the lack of visibility.
To maintain the lack of visibility, correct. Thank you for that addition on Abby's motion.
We'll write it up in formal writing.
Okay, all right, all those in favor of Abby's motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. You got it.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you. Okay, Act Smart. Act Smart.
Do you remember?
Get smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dun, da, da, down. Da, da, da,
So, good evening, members of the board. I believe you already voted on this last week. It was on the consent agenda. I wasn't here, so I'm not sure, but then you switched your motion. But anyways, it's a solar array. It's out at 14 Starbuck. It's on the back side of the building.
Can we wrap them both into one?
Yeah.
package?
There's a
The
shed.
too?
Yeah, there's a shed too.
Yeah, okay,
Um,
just for that. Sorry.
I don't remember.
So the solar array on the back of this structure, it's a black roof or a charcoal roof, whatever you want to call it. We have some pictures kind of showing the front of it. As I mentioned, you can't really see it from Starbuck. You might have some distant glancing views from the other way, but they're really quite distant from the street behind. So I didn't include them. You'd really have to
It
get into
sounds-
the bushes.
Okay. Tobias, I got a feeling that maybe this was on consent and somebody may have pulled it. I don't remember the exact circumstances.
Ezzy, was this? excuse
If I
me,
may,
Mr.
through the
Chair.
chair, yes, this was on consent. I had placed them due to lack of visibility, but one of the members pulled it.
Okay,
Actually, if I may,
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, it
yes.
was pulled for a view.
okay. So does anybody want to speak on this? We do have, let's see, myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby, Val.
And the reason it was pulled for view, if I may,
Sure.
is given the potential visibility from Starbuck of the southern
Ah.
elevation.
Of the southern elevation, okay. So looking across the neighboring property.
Yeah, because I thought when I looked at this that it was not a dormer that it was on, but it was on the main roof.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
So it was pulled for review, held for review, rather. Do we,
any further
along that line,
thoughts?
can I please suggest that we go back to, even if we leave it blank, we have a agenda category views? And then that way, I didn't think about it at the time, but I believe we used to have that. So if there was a view item, it would be kind of highlighted out for you. Like number 4, views,
That's nice.
or after consents, there was a views.
We did.
You mean
used to do
creating a
that.
separate category?
It-
Oh,
On our
so that
agenda.
it's not heard, it is only viewed.
Yeah,
So that
and
there
it-
weren't comments made to the architecture.
Right, and at the same time, it creates the dual utility of calling out to the membership that there's an item that needs to be viewed,
Oh,
because it's in the agenda.
got it.
I mean,
And I think Bruce is here for that.
Yes.
You know, Mr. Chairman, if I could just clarify one last piece before
Go.
Mr. Mandel's
Yeah.
comments. Mr. Welch, you mentioned that you might be able to see something on the southern side, and I wanted to make clear that this building has already had some changes that are not constructed yet, that the board has approved. And so if you could go up to the, Esmeralda, if you could just slide up. So you see this elevation where the dormer comes out and those panels are on the south side. Currently, that dormer or that dog shed doesn't exist. So the panels are sitting on that roof plane. I just wanted to make that clear in case anybody went out there and they were like,
I didn't even see that on elevation, that piece.
if you scroll up one more,
There's only 3.
yep, one more. There's a top piece.
I know, but I'm talking about an elevation.
Yes, it's behind the main mast. So if you scroll down one more, Esmeralda,
You need a
sorry,
section.
it's behind, that dormer is behind the main mast, so like you wouldn't see it. Does that make sense, Val?
Look over here.
So if you scroll one down, Esmeralda, sorry. So you see how the main mast to the left, that has solar on it, and then this new addition, you don't see it in elevation because it sits behind the south elevation.
This is fine.
It doesn't really though, Tobias, it sticks out.
Well, are you saying that it hasn't been changed yet architecturally?
That's
It
correct.
hasn't been constructed yet?
That's what I'm
So
saying.
it may
No,
look,
I understand that, but if you zoom in on the floor plan or the site plan, it shows that section where that's going sticks out. Past,
That
see
one.
what I'm saying?
so may I just comment? So the concern in requesting a view was at the west elevation and the south elevation, some extent of the south elevation, but primarily it would reflect as the west would be visible. So if it was more of the south, potentially that was a concern. And if it was more of the west, certainly less of a concern, because it also would meet our guidelines if it's obliquely visible from the main street due to the fact that it's on the back of the house. So it wasn't to be labored, it was just to go out and have a quick view, and
No, I like your suggestion of having a view on the list. I think it's great,
Yeah.
Stephen.
Okay. Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Bruce Mandel. Our little informal group that has replaced the Nantucket Advisory Board reviewed this. Of course, our usual comment is we would hope that the HDC would keep in line with the guidelines set in building with Nantucket in mind, when a ground array is preferable when there's sufficient room. And in this property, of course, there's sufficient room in PV1. One of the comments made is that it's not visible from the street. That's not the only concern. Could you please scroll down to the site plan for me? I don't know who does that. Right there, thank you very much. On the left, you see a GIS representation, and just to the, I'll say the top, there is 12 Starbucks.
Yes.
And their main view, of course, the viewscape is down that big town-owned open space. Their view is going to be right across the shed.
That's them, right?
Excuse me? Say again?
Sorry, that's the neighbor.
Yes, their neighbor's view is going to be right across the shed. And the people across the open space on Starbucks, a big loop road. On the side to the, let me see what direction that is on this plan, to the south of that, those residents are also going to see these rooftop arrays. And, you know, solar's good. We prefer to see them on the ground to help us maintain the rural, low-density characteristics of the cottage tile structure in Nantucket. And we would prefer to see these on the ground so they don't create any type of viewscape issues for these people who, look, they built their house with the intention of having a nice viewscape, not looking at solar panels on roofs. So there's plenty of room for on the ground. I've gone over my reasons why ground is just as effective as rooftop in terms of the efficiency of the cells and maybe a little better in maintaining them. So those are my comments, and do you have any questions for me?
Okay, Bruce, thank you. So one thing we have to be cautious of, and hopefully in whatever form the advisory boards are reconstituted, the HCC's mandate is visibility of any architectural feature as seen from a publicly traveled way. So things have gotten very contentious in this room. I will cite like pools out in Cisco, for example, that neighbors have come in and said, well, you know, the pool is 10 feet away from my property line and I'm going to hear that noise and all that, but it's behind the house, so you're not going to see it. So although we appreciate the concerns of the neighbors, that is not our purview. And so we'd like the comments to be limited to visibility from a public way. That's one thing. And the other is, I have other people on the board that are much more well-versed in the language of the HCC solar guidelines. But I think that the ground array is an alternative if, let's say, for example, the only other place that these could go would be on the front face of the two-story building as it faced Starbuck Road, which is not the case here. But I would invite any of the other members to, opine on that. But Bruce, thank you for your comments.
Well, Mr. Chair, let me just address one of your comments
Sure.
about public way. That greenbelt area that is on the right side of that property line, that is public access. Those are walking trails. So the full intent of the Nantucket Conservation Land Trust is to maintain these properties for public access, recreation, and walking. So I don't know how that fits with your definition of visible from a public way.
We do, like, for example, the moors. You know, if you're out in the moors and you see a house go up over in, gosh, I forget the name of those developments that surround the moors, but, you know, if something's visible when you're walking out Dirt Pond Road, you know, and you see it, that is a publicly traveled way. Well, yeah, it is funny, and we're starting to split hairs. Certain of the landholding organizations out here invite public access, others do not. That's an area that I can't get into right
Well,
now.
that's what I was trying to mention to you.
This one does.
Particular owner of that property, their mission is to encourage public recreation, and there are walking trails there. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. Jesse, are you joining us, or are you just? No, come on up. Yeah, so let the record reflect that Jesse Dutra has joined us.
Would
So
it be good to get an official opinion of whether whatever parts Bruce is talking about are considered?
well, it would be easy enough to go out there, but
Mr. Chair.
We did get one from town council a couple of years ago that said that the land bank property, you can take take jurisdiction from land bank, but not conservation, because that's a private entity. So if there's a private entity, which there is in this, unless it's land bank, there's conservation. Town council should not-
Bruce, do you know who's the landholder in
I'm
this
gonna look
case?
it up
It's
right
right here.
now.
Mr. Chair, I put it up on the screen for you. So it's Nantucket Conservation Land Trust, but
Okay, well,
Correct.
so what's their charter?
not town.
Privately held, gotcha, okay.
And
Hey,
Maybe it's time for the board to
Tobias,
speak.
yeah, let's
Yeah.
just see where this goes, okay?
Okay.
All right, board members, please.
I'm
go.
ready.
Yep,
I appreciate Bruce's thoughts on this one, but it has, it's minimal visibility from Starbuck Road. It's on black asphalt. They're oblique angles, and therefore I am fine with it.
okay, Abby, thank you. Diane, Stephen, Val?
I would say no. I would like to see another proposal, a land one, or I would like to see a report from, on a piece of paper, whatever land and the rules of that place owning the thing. So we are backed up by saying it's private land and therefore it isn't, or it's public land and therefore it is. I'd like to see that
Okay,
until I said, okay.
okay, thank you. Val, Stephen?
Yeah, so just on a couple of the points that were made, just one of them really, two, the least visible application of solar is what's recommended. And then along those lines, ground array is recommended if it can be installed, certainly as opposed to on a contributing structure or on the primary structure, or a visible ancillary structure. I would like to do a view on this. I was not able to do it, and I think that it's approvable based upon our guidelines. But if we voted, I'd have to abstain.
Oh,
How do we get to this
Well-
area?
If you drive down Starbuck Road,
And
are you talking about going on to the
I can,
Matticat Land Trust
speak
stuff?
to the
No, 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 no.
visibility from Starbucks.
Oh, you're just talking about Starbuck?
yeah, I just want to speak to because the Matticat Land Trust is not a public trust.
Gotcha.
It's a
Okay,
private
all right,
entity.
thank you, Stephen. Val?
I went out there today and
Yep.
from the street looking into this property, unfortunately, you're not gonna see it from the street. I
Okay.
don't know about.
Why would that be unfortunate? We're
No,
trying
I
not to
looked
see
at
it
Bruce
from
when
the
I said
street.
that.
Oh, okay.
I don't know about the walking trails in the back, obviously, probably will, and I'm not so sure, I mean, because I didn't go into the driveway, what the scrub is like in the back to block a ground array. So from Starbuck, you can't see it.
Is,
So
when
that
you have
addresses
this
my
and you
concern.
have clearing and then green, that's where the vegetation all is, right, like that?
Yeah, it is very vegetated in that side, unless you go in their driveway and walk around the house. You can't see. I even went to the next door neighbor guy farther south to look and see, and I couldn't. But it's this time of the year too.
So
well, I just want to add to that this configuration is also very neat. And the second one on the secondary mast is small and compact as well. So
I can't tell because we don't have that elevation.
all right, I'm going to make a motion.
Stephen, go.
Motion to approve, subject to the southern roof, due to lack of visibility, subject to the southern roof being screened, largely screened at time of inspection thereafter.
Very good. Okay,
Right.
all those in favor of Stephen's motion say aye.
I
Aye. Any opposed?
I'm gonna say aye.
But.
Aye to oppose
Was,
or aye to-
no, was anybody opposed to that motion?
I'm gonna say aye,
Well,
To being opposed? or-
because
Wait,
I
wait.
don't know what you can see from the walking trail, whether it's private or not, and the panels are going in different directions, and I don't know what the one sticking out on the side
let's
looks
try
like.
that vote again, okay?
That was it.
All those in favor of Stephen's motion to approve with screening as required from the south elevation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Gotcha. Okay, so 3 in favor, 2 opposed. You were saying aye to being in opposition. Okay. Oh, kids. So what, did that,
Motion
was
to
that?
approve the shed.
The
Okay.
shed is definitely can't be seen.
Okay, so you just made a motion to approve the shed?
Yep.
Stephen? Okay, so all in favor of Stephen's motion to approve the solar array on the shed, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nobody opposed, so that one motion carries 5 in favor. Okay, so Tobias, now we're gonna move over to 26 Quidnet.
Don't spoil your dinner, Abby.
And, yeah, don't spoil your dinner there. And Stephen, you
On the
still
way.
haven't gotten me the thing.
I'm just gonna leave it to you to get the money to staff.
Okay, I just write somebody a check over there.
Oh, well, I can look
All
over
right,
it with that.
board on this, myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby, and Val, same board.
Thank you.
Basically. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, thank you
Yes.
for your last vote. I'll be brief.
Yep.
It's a new structure. It was just built within the last few months, so you can get a context of it if you were to go out there and view it. It's on a black roof on the dormers. And it's way back in the bushes, in the boonies. Set significantly back from the property.
Are these photographs taken when the building was actually built?
This is correct, Mr. Chairman.
I was out there today. You
Okay.
cannot see the structure.
There we are.
I'm going to be forever afraid of saying that phrase.
Well, seriously, because it's not you, there are forces of evil.
I don't want to be a force of evil. I want to be a force of good.
I went out there, I looked at this and I looked at 33 Quidnet as well, and you cannot see the structure, so I would make a motion to approve. It's also on the side
Anybody have any
dormers.
discussion on the motion before I run it? Okay, I'm gonna run it.
Yeah, I have a question.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't
Yeah,
want
no,
to,
go
but
ahead.
Tobias, it looks like in the elevation that this doesn't take up the full roof plane. And I mean, I
They're
would-
dormers.
of the dormer.
Dormers, yeah.
And I'm curious if that can be expanded, because if it is ever visible, it would be more appropriate. If it's never going to be visible, then I don't even want to talk about it.
It looks like they came in 3 feet.
Val.
This is 3 feet.
I can address that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There is a vent pipe that would prevent us from going a little longer, and so that's why it's the length that it is.
What's the interior condition of the structure? Is it the finish yet?
It's insulated.
Because those pipes can be moved pretty much anywhere except for
I'm
24
aware.
inches from the ridge.
I'm aware. It just gives us a little flexibility.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, yeah, I'm fine.
we even went through the effort to put the panels on the north side. but-
Yeah, I'm fine with it if it's already constructed, the structure.
Okay, that was a discussion on the motion, right? Because Val does have a motion on the
Yes.
table.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to move the motion. So all those in favor of Val's motion to approve this,
Subject to lack of visibility.
subject to lack of visibility, is that part of your motion?
Yeah, no visibility.
Okay, subject to no visibility. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay, very good. That one didn't need, this one, which was the shed, didn't need any language. Okay. Thanks, Tobias.
Thank you.
All right, now we're moving along to new business. Do we have Dinah on?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
we can. Thank you. Here, I got an idea. Why don't I sit off of these and then we can have some associate members sit so they don't
Sure.
get too bored over there.
Hi, Dinah. I'm in the chair. Your board is going to be the regular members except for Ray and Jesse.
Okay, thank you. May I start or? 8 Blue Court. Just a general comment, we're nearing the community buffer, the community workforce buffer, which is a 20-foot buffer. And this lot is adjacent, part of that 20-foot buffer is on this lot, as well as another encroachment easement, which you can see on the site plan. This is a single-family modular construction. We're at the end of the hammerhead that ends the Sandpiper development to the south. And the lot is approximately 98 square feet. However, there's a lot of encroachments with the easements, and we're proposing a 3-bedroom, single-family dwelling with parking close to that 20-foot community workforce buffer. The model is a simple design, similar to things that have been approved in the past. We have added a wraparound porch to the south. So on the south elevation where the mudroom is, facing the double parking stalls, that is the side entry, and the main entry is the west elevation. We're proposing a 6/6 Anderson series window system, white with white trim, and the color of the front door to be Hamilton blue, and the back deck to be natural cedar, natural to weather.
Okay, Dinah, thank you. One question before we start. How many times have we approved this model? Do you know?
I would say approximately 3 to 4 times before this, around the site, around the whole Sandpiper development.
Okay, thank you. Anyone have concerns?
I just have one. I think in the past, Dinah, have we ever put windows way up in the gable instead of the sort of that thing you see in a barn, whatever that is?
A vent.
Yeah.
Okay, we have taken away the vents from the 1-story addition, the single story to the west elevation on the front, so we could remove that easily.
Well, I was just saying, could they be windows?
Oh, yes, they could be windows.
I think that would be, and then the one on the main gable would just be a sort of a square, not a rectangle. It looks like I don't know, we don't have a lot of, rectangular shapes way up in the gable like that, but
Okay.
a simple square would be nice.
Now, may I ask about the 1-story portion to the left on the west elevation? We have deleted that in the past. But
I'm more concerned about the one on the main mass.
okay, all right, we can do that for sure, no problem.
Other concerns? No? Dinah, I'd like to get an understanding of what you're going to put in there instead. It's a small gable vent, which is typical for a Nantucket home. What would you be proposing to install there instead?
For the peak of the 9x12 main mass,
Yeah.
2/2.
Yeah.
Probably 24x24.
And you're going to turn that into a hot roof instead of being ventilated?
It is not ventilated. It's the energy code is written such that we go to the underside of the joist. So we have a full attic. We do not use that for ventilation. It's basically a faux.
Oh, it's a faux vent?
Yeah, a faux louver, yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying
That could go in the back, on the east too, in the back.
Okay,
But
so that'll be a 2/2?
Yeah, I would just suggest that the window pane size, just 2/2, just like the window pane
Yeah,
size
4 lane.
in B.
Okay, similar to the B window pane
Right,
size.
with just that pane size, just 2/2.
2 or a 4 light, okay?
A 4 light, yes.
6, okay, just to be clear. Okay, any other comments? A motion? Abby?
Motion to approve, making the vents turn into 2/2 or 4 light. What's it called when it doesn't go up and down, stationary?
Okay, I'll write it up.
What's it called?
On Abby's motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
I have to go.
Okay.
Are we going to have
Right back.
more to say on this building?
Pardon me?
Are we going to have more to say on this building, or did we just approve the whole building just then?
We just approved, I asked 3 times if anyone had any concerns, and Abby's the only one who spoke. I'll catch you on the
Did
next
you have a
one.
concern?
Yeah,
Yeah, we just approved it. I'm sorry, Diane, I didn't know you had concerns.
well, usually you go around and say,
Yeah, when I chair, I'm gonna do a little bit different.
Which one just
So I-
got approved?
so I
8
gather.
Blue Court? 8 Blue Court?
8 Blue Court.
Okay, so it looks like you're gonna, if Val's leaving, you might need to take both associates on.
Okay, you're gonna sit up. So we'll
I'd
take
like-
7 Sand Plain. Donna, your board is Abby, Diane, myself, Carrie, and Jesse. Why don't you go ahead and present?
Okay, sure. This is a 2-story building. It's a small building. We have, again, major easement encroachments onto the lot, even though it is a rather large lot. The lot is 5,000 plus square feet. We have, and if you look at the site plan, we're restricted to the front almost half of the site. We proposed a front door entry with a pent roof, and I would actually, if I may, want to make a suggestion to change that to a shed roof with 2 columns. That should be updated, but that didn't make it to the final drafting table. I apologize about that. But the north front elevation where you have the 6-panel light, the 6-panel door, and the pent roof, we would like to show that as a shed roof similar to the width, but 2 columns surrounding it. That's just an option. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward, simple construction. Parking will be in the front. There's nowhere to park the cars. The windows are 6/6. We're again proposing white windows with white trim, and the application does say a Hamilton blue door, and the small deck in the back to be natural cedar to grade. To weather, I'm sorry, to grade. I don't mean to grade.
Okay. Thank you, Dinah. Concerns or comments, anyone?
I have a concern.
Go ahead.
I think for a building of this size, and I even question the size, which is almost 30 feet. I think the windows are on the small side, and they look, for lack of a better word, a little dinky. So I would, for the A and Bs, I would go up a size to give it a little bit more of a right scale, proportion. And then on the sides, the east elevation, where's the west? The west seems okay. The east elevation, all those windows seem on the small side, and it just starts to not look like a residential house, but more like something you might see in the city. That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else?
I have-
Comments? Diane, go ahead,
yep,
please.
I think the building is too tall for where it is put in there. It is 1.5 inches from 30 feet. That's all. 29, 10.5. And I think that's inappropriate for the area around Evergreen, Daffodil, and all that area. I would like to see a streetscape of some of the streets that are coming up that we're going to be filling in, because there's a lot of empty ones. And I think the house does not fit into the neighborhood. I think Abby's absolutely right, the windows are much too small. And the double windows down, mold windows down, the west elevation is inappropriate. The window up in the peak is what you approved in the last one. And I think particularly the east elevation, it is not appropriate. It has to be larger. Those, I don't know what the size, Dinah, of those windows, but they're very small. And you can see this particular house from almost 3 sides. So I would like to see it fit in better with our streetscape there. And I'd like to see something. We should look what's going up, how many houses are going, how many are repetitive. Are they skipping every fourth one? Something.
Sure, I get it. I'll speak to that in a moment. When you're done.
I'm done there. It needs to come down. It needs larger windows. And it needs some consideration to fit in with the neighborhood it's in, please.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Carrie, did you have concerns?
Yeah, I agree with the others. I also think the front porch at 3 feet deep is really insignificant. It's not typical, and I know this neighborhood has a lot of them, and I'm tired of seeing them. It needs to be at least 6 feet. We don't really have 3 foot deep porches on fronts of buildings. It's a foreshortened sort of thing that I don't know where they came from.
Okay, Jesse?
Yeah, I think all those points are valid. I mean, I get it. It's a simple building, but you're trying to cram it into the little bit of space you have because of that easement. I think making the windows a little bit bigger, reducing the size, and if there's any views of that porch, I know you're right on the edge of the parking lot, but definitely would help make this building look more to scale.
Okay, Dinah, mine will be short. I think you can make this a handsome, appropriate structure with changing some windows have been discussed with respect to size. And that will go a long way. I think the height changes should not come out of the roof pitch. It's already an 812. Anything shorter will be, I think, inappropriate. And you can certainly get a couple inches by bringing the head casing up into the frieze on the front and the rear elevations. And that's it. So motion to hold for revisions. Oh, one other comment. Dinah, it would be helpful, I think, you could provide the next go round just a updated site map with perhaps the small scale elevations and color code them so that, pink is one elevation and it's shown on the site map. And yeah, I'm not suggesting for the whole community, but just the street that we're working on. I'm not suggesting we need it for every single home going forward, but just to reacquaint ourselves. If folks don't have an opportunity to be out there, it's difficult for them to do, and I think it's important, as was mentioned by Diane.
Right.
Abby, go ahead.
Thank you. I think, could we also have the same on the vents, that they turn into four lights instead of the, I mean, what's bothering me about the sides, same thing that bothered me about the front, is that everything is just floating there. There's nothing grounded. I mean, I would beef up the trim that on the roof there. It looks like it's just no bigger than the cornice boards. The rake, thank you. If that could be, oops, sorry, Dina. Is it Dinah?
Dinah.
Dinah, sorry. I don't think you heard what I said. The beef up the rake, it looks really thin, and also change those vents to 4 light windows.
Okay. With that, Abby, motion?
Motion for revisions.
On Abby's motion, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. We're going to do one more, I think, Mr. Chair, 21.
That would be great, thank you.
21 Beach. And Dinah, just give us a moment to get some paperwork in front of us. Thank you.
Both of us, thanks.
All right, Donna, go ahead. We still got her?
Dinah, you're muted.
I apologize. I just caught that. Okay. 21 Beach Grass is approximately halfway from what we just saw down the road from Old South Road, 1,600 feet. It's located on the corner of Wildflower and Beachgrass Road. The rear lot line of this site plan abuts the apartment complex beyond. This is a modular construction, 3-bedroom, single family. We're proposing again the 6/6 sash with the white color, Nantucket red and white trim. And that's all I have.
Okay. Give us just a moment. While we're doing that, Dinah, can you tell us again,
This will be number 5. When I said 4 to 5, this should be about number 5 of this model with the gable forward. There's two similar models. One has an eave forward and the other is a gable forward. This is probably number 4 for the gable forward.
okay. And while the others are looking, I'll just forecast that the frontis, the trim around the door is atypical, and that's going to need to be modified. Recently, we had something come in where basically what we did is create a relief at the head casing, so it's deeper than the side casings. And it was, just so you're aware.
Okay. Just for clarification, did you say a deeper head casing and a narrower side casing?
Yeah, so you get a shadow line there.
Okay.
A shallower, not necessarily.
Not taller, but more
Yeah,
protrusive.
not taller and wider, but one deeper than the other.
I got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Abby, did you want to?
No, just the vent thing, and I think that this proves my point about the other, that this one's only 28 tall, so it's a foot shorter, but it takes the proportion of those. Dinah, I think the proportions on this house are much better than the previous, but if we could do a 4 light up in the gable again and do what Stephen said about the trim around the front door, I'm pretty okay with this one.
Okay, Diane, you
Yep,
ready?
I got, on the north elevation, Dinah, the mold windows in the little one-story shed, I would like to see split, so it's not plunk in the middle small like that. Also, on the west elevation, what's upstairs on the second floor?
Okay. The
that
second,
you have-
yeah. So the second floor is a bathroom with a the cheek of the or the gable, the sloped part of the 1.5-story massing. So we could potentially put a small 2 by maybe 4 2x3 window, 2x3 window on towards the right, above the right end of the double sliding glass doors on the first floor. There's a possibility that we can add a window there.
On the second floor, however, right?
Yeah, on the second floor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. And the other thing is, like, as Stephen said earlier, that you might be able to drop it down if you brought the windows in the dormer right up underneath. I'd like, you got it at 28.4, 2, whatever. If you could drop it, bring it down at all, I think it would be good. Other than that, I go along with what Abby picked out about the front door and that. And we've done other houses on this particular street, right?
On Beachgrass Road, on the part that has the apartment complex behind, which would be west,
Yeah,
I don't believe there are any of this model.
okay. So this will be a new one for us in that area.
That's in that area, right?
Okay.
We've done a smaller version of this, a narrower one because of easements, but yeah.
And I don't know, perhaps the columns on the front could be simpler. I don't think the columns and what you've got around the front door sort of go together. So if you change the front door surround, then maybe those columns will be good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Jesse?
I don't have much to add, and I'm not even sure if it's a huge deal or not, but that first, on the east elevation, that first third gable, it just comes out a little bit past the porch. I feel like the porch should be what comes out further than the gable. And if that could just go in a few inches, like 6 to 12, that, I think they're competing with each other a little bit.
Okay, thank you.
If you see it on the south elevation.
All right, Carrie?
I have nothing to add, but again, just that the depth of the front porch is starting to drive me crazy. So minuscule and insignificant, it's kind of like, what's the point?
Or make the front porch bigger.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've heard of tiny houses and now we're talking about tiny porches.
On large houses.
And large houses. So, Don, I don't really have anything to add. I would suggest for this one and the others is it'd probably be beneficial. We talked about specifics for those gable windows. Is if when you're working through this, if you find that a 2/2 or a 3/3 just looks more appropriate than a 4-light, I think that would be consistent to, bring that back for us to look at. And otherwise, my comments along the lines of what everyone else has said.
So I make a motion
Please.
to bring back 21 Beachgrass for revisions.
Okay, thank you. On Diane's motion, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Carries unanimously.
And then can we hold Val's, which is coming up
Oh, right,
next?
she's gone.
Yeah,
Okay,
she'll
so,
be back.
yeah,
She'll be back in a little
And
bit.
before I cede, I'll just let you know that we should have a delivery shortly.
I just saw it come and I'm
Oh, you
going
did?
right,
Oh,
that's why I'm
really?
gonna let
I'm
Jesse or
taking a
Karen.
break.
I'm taking a
okay,
break.
well, let's see. Okay, so can I just have a motion to hold 12 Westerwick for?
I make the motion.
Yeah, okay, just hold for rep, she'll be back. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I can't imagine anyone's opposed. Okay, so 146 Main. Got an
Yes.
applicant for that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's see. Val's gone, so we still need an associate member. What's the rotation? I guess you were both on the last couple, right? Okay, all right, so Carrie's on, Terry will be on the 146 Main Street applications. Val is not here at the moment. Okay, Mr. Ryder, are you up there? Oh, yeah, okay,
Yes.
great.
Am I on this one?
You are.
Yeah, okay. Are you on this one?
No.
No?
Oh,
Well, we
oh.
can both be
What? No.
we
You
need
can't
one.
both be off of it. One of you can be off of it, and then Jesse will be
Yeah, just
on.
bring it down.
Okay, so Terry gets, the plot thickens. Stephen has just left the table, so that means that Jesse will also be on it. So to
Stephen,
reiterate, to reiterate, Diane, Abby, Ray, Carrie, and Jesse are all on this application. Okay, Mr. Applicant, Mr. Ryder, you want to just tell us what you're up to?
Yes, thank you for your time tonight. It actually says on the agenda that we're doing the garage first, but this looks like the main house. So if you're okay, I'm gonna switch and do the main house first.
You
Or do you
had
wanna
just
pull up the
suggested doing the
garage?
main house renovations first, right?
Yes, it just said on the agenda that the garage was up first, so I just want to make sure that's clear.
Well, it is on the agenda with the garage first, but do you want it that way?
No, let's do the main house first, if that's all right with you.
Okay, main house, that probably makes more sense. Yes.
So
Okay.
we have an infill house here built in 1996. We're on obviously 146 Main Street. And starting from the north elevation facing Main Street, there's an existing cedar shingle sided elevation, and we're proposing replacing those with clapboards, adding shutters, second story window boxes, and a double chimney onto the front elevation. We're taking some precedents from down the street. Similar projects were 148 and 124, and wanted to try and keep that character as we were pulling these together. For the front elevation, for the clapboards, we're proposing white clapboards with white trim, and then black shutters with a black front door as well.
Did I just
And
see
if we could-
photographs of this house?
Yes,
Up there.
if you scroll up, yes.
What? In the paper copies? Yeah, okay. Thank you.
So on screen, on the lower left here is the existing
Thanks,
north elevation from Main Street.
Say cheese, but I can't.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chair?
Have you concluded?
No, so there's some additional work in the back of the house as well. So if we keep scrolling down a little bit further, please. Here, as you can see on the lower left elevation, we're also proposing getting rid of the existing windows and double door out to the rear patio and replacing those with 2 sliders. And then as you can see on the second floor as well, we're proposing to get rid of the existing windows and double door and replacing that with a matching slider from the first floor. As we go over to the elevations on the right, we are proposing replacing an existing window, as you can see with the mouse circling. That's a master bath that we would like to get a little more light into. And if we could scroll down a little bit further. So it looks like I included some work on the guest house in this application too, but it doesn't look like it's here, unless it was broken off and included in the next application. I'm happy to share my screen to show that if it would be helpful.
Okay, so right now we're just reviewing the main house.
Okay.
The guest house is the other application. You have 2.
Yes, I included, the guest house application was only supposed to have a garage. While this application, I included a back deck and pergola to be built off of the guest house on this application, but we can review that.
Okay, so just separate buildings or separate features, like a pool. This building is a standalone. Only the things that are like directly connected to this building are what are under review. You need to have a separate application for other stuff.
Okay,
Other buildings.
understood.
Okay,
Thank you for the clarification.
sure. All right. Now we're going to hear from Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, there is an HDC survey for this structure. It's actually built in 1915. The 1996 age that it was being referenced by the applicant is actually from the tax assessors, which is incorrect. And sometimes that information, that's why we don't go by the tax assessor's information for historic structures, or any age of a structure for that matter. And that's a caveat within the tax assessor's information online. So HSAB, the former HSAB was able to take a look at this on August 8th. The proportions of this house don't seem wide enough to accommodate two end chimneys. Plus, a louvered vents and centered window on the west would contradict having a chimney stack in that location. A more squarish, slightly off-center chimney, like most of the neighbors, would be more appropriate. Single shutters on mullioned windows are not appropriate. The second floor windows might be okay with shutters, but they should be louvered and not paneled. Clapboards on this setback building feels a little too formal, but if allowed, they should be painted a softer color such as gray, not white. From staff's perspective, I agree with HSAB regarding all their comments. The structure was built as an infill after the whaling era, but before the HDC guidelines. Very important to understand with this review. One, an atypical for ganged windows on a facade, therefore shutters are not appropriate. Two, an atypical for a clapboard facade for a structure 40 feet plus off the property line, off the main street. White trim sash is appropriate. Black door, not. However, it may already be black or a Essex green based on the photographs, and I was trying to discern it from GIS or Google. And those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, Holly, thank you. Who would like to start on this one?
I could make a couple of stabs.
Sure, go.
Hi there.
Hi.
I agree mostly with our historic advisory group and Holly Bacchus, our staff. I think a single, actually, you know, in the picture you had a centered chimney, and in the, does that still exist?
It looks like it's on a rear mass.
But there is clapboard there, no?
But it doesn't show in the existing elevations. That's what I'm curious about.
So no, there is no existing chimney currently at the property.
Oh, I wonder what that.
Well,
was.
maybe it disappeared in the,
Okay, nonetheless, I think 2 is excessive, 1 is appropriate. I agree with putting shutters on it, on mulled windows on the front of the house are not appropriate. We don't normally put window boxes on our drawings or showing lights. And I'm not really sure what those boxes are in the front. New wood clapboard painted, 4-inch exposures, plant paint. What are the big rectangular squares and under the?
are they planter boxes?
Yes,
Okay. Well,
and those were, I believe, submitted by our landscape team on a separate application.
okay. Yeah, we usually do that separately.
Right.
So I would take that off too. And then, so now we're just left with what was there before. And I'm wondering about the clapboard, whether, I don't know, I'd like to hear what the rest of my board members think about that, but I'm not sure what I think about that. I think I agree with HSAB that if it was going to be a color, that it would be a soft gray rather than white with black accents. I think that sort of gets too formal. But I'm gonna stop there.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you,
Thank you.
Ab. Who's next?
I'll go if you want to.
That's
try to
great. Thank you, Diane. Go
Figure
ahead.
it out. I agree with what Hashad has said. I think, as Abby brought up, the window boxes are out. The shutters, if they use them, should be the typical. Holly, where did you say this was built? 19? That's what I thought. I think that the shutters should be what they were. And I don't know what the box is on the front door on the left-hand side under the two windows.
Those are planter boxes,
Oh,
Diane.
but I don't, this is a house that's on Main Street in 1915. It is not appropriate. I'm sure they've told you that that the shutters have to work, not to be pretty. I think the chimney would be better single. I like 4 chimneys, but I think this house is too narrow to support 2 chimneys. And I'm trying to devise what is in reality and what they are bringing. Is on the main house west elevation with all those mold windows. Is that an existing or is that a proposed?
Those are all existing.
The ones with the center chimney?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that, oh, that says existing. I'm sorry, I got down here. Thank you. So there's other things to say, but I'll hold up on that point. I think one other thing is the window that's on the main house, east elevation, second floor. I don't mind it being a regular 6/6. I think that works out better. So, and all the things up in the gables, I would like to see what a 4 square looks like rather than those particular beds. So that's it for now.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Jesse, Carrie?
I'll go. I think this is a very simple building, and I think the shutters seem very busy, and the 2 chimneys for sure are inappropriate. I think on the rear, the number of doors should be reduced down and be 12 light with a kick panel. Second floor doors, I don't think should be 4 panels wide. I think the configuration that's there is probably best to keep it. I think on the first floor, you could get away with French doors, but the kick panel, 15 light, and less in number. I think this house on Main Street, I think it's trying to draw attention to itself now, and I think the beauty of it is that it is very subtle. And now you're trying to make it into a Main Street house on the street, and it's not, so that's all.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Jesse?
Can we go back to the picture from whether that is 1950?
1950. Well, maybe it was taken in 50.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Okay, looks
Mr. Chair,
Who is that?
that's Terry. I can't hear Jesse
sorry.
Yeah.
at all.
There, thank you.
Is that better?
Should be.
So this historic photo or taken in the 80s, is that white on the building? Is that flat?
Check to see if your mic is working.
Testing.
Pull it towards you.
Can you
Right
hear
up
me?
your mouth.
Can you hear me?
No.
Weird. Terry, he asked if the HDC survey indicated that if that was clabbered or not. And actually, if we go to the survey, it'll indicate on here that it's all shingles on the exterior wall. So
It
that's just
actually
the way the
looks like
photograph
shingle on the photo.
Yeah.
is rendered. That's all.
All right, well, I'll still stick with.
You might want to use Carrie's mic.
Sorry,
She's
we
going to
have a
need to
broken
see your
mic.
proof of vax card.
Thank you, Jesse.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm okay with the shutters on the second floor, but not the first. I'm okay with one chimney, and I'm okay with the clapboard. I'll go with whatever the board decides for color. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that sort of summed it up for me too. They're faux chimneys. So the fact that there are two, I think you're just trying to create a symmetry and, give the house a chimney that it lacks right now. So one would be fine for our purposes. I'm okay with the clapboard as long as it is gray, not white. Well, gray to be determined, that's fine. Shutters on the second floor. And most importantly, our drawings have the guest house drawings included in them, which we discussed earlier. If there's going to be any kind of an approval on this, all that needs to be taken off the final version that goes to the staff, just so that we're not inadvertently approving the guest house along with the main house. That needs to be separated out.
And didn't you say
Understood.
pergola too?
Oh, yeah. Was there some reference to a pergola? Anything that's not relating to the
Right,
main
right
house
on there.
has to be taken off this set of drawings. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Well,
Those are the only two elevation pages that we could think about.
right. That's correct. Okay, so I think we could actually make a motion on this.
Motion to hold for revisions.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. Fair enough. The motion is to hold for revisions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Nope. Okay. Now, your other application was for a barn, correct?
Yes, a small garage bay.
Garage. Yeah.
So here, this is on the guest house.
Huge drawing.
So yes, this is a small garage being built off of the guest house on off of the 12-foot wide right of way off of Vestal Street.
Sorry, Mr. Ryder.
Yes.
Hold on just a sec. We're still getting our drawings distributed to us right now.
Sure
Just
thing.
give us a moment. I seem to have lost my agenda. Oh, no, here it is. Everybody good? Okay. We're looking at the garage.
You just this?
We just reviewed the house. Well, that's not the house, huh?
Garage addition.
A 200.
No, the garage is existing.
Okay.
They're adding to it.
Mr. Ryder,
Yes,
how about you walk us through your plans for the garage?
you got it. So we have the existing guest house, and we're proposing a small garage and covered entryway connecting the garage back to the guest house. This is off of a paper street off of Vestal Street. The proportions of the garage were designed at a minimum just to get the owner's car into it for storage over the winter or when they go away for longer trips. The roof proportions were designed based on the existing guest house, as well as the windows that were incorporated. We're proposing everything shingles to weather. And then for the front, we have a carriage style door, mahogany. And for the connector piece, we're proposing a bluestone landing with connecting pergola for cover to the existing entry door.
Okay.
And I believe Holly included this in this application as well, but we're also proposing a deck on the other side of the house with a pergola on top of it, which is not visible from Vestal.
All right. Thank you. Holly, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there's an actual HDC survey for the existing, they call it a garage, circa 1940. HSAB was able to look at this on August 8th for the guest house. This application needs to be separated. Again, this is,
Yeah.
I'm reading, when they originally submitted it, it was one application for everything. A site plan showing the structure should be provided. They have done that. Are there hardscape changes such as a driveway? The proposed pergola should be natural to weather. This type of addition, from staff's perspective, this is a little unique in the OHD, specifically attaching a garage in this manner. It should stay as a separate structure. Agree with HSAB that we need a site plan. We did receive that. Also the windows must be TDL and OHD. What is a manufacturer? Didn't see that on the plan, so I apologize if that's there. And then I did mention that it would be nice to have photos from the public way of this, understanding that there's a way to get there from off of Vestal, but it would be nice to have that included on the photographs from the visibility aspect, to discern that, because as you can see on here, you can go up here and there you go. And then I have a stone driveway. I was concerned on what that was. I believe that was indicated on a site plan I saw. So, okay, right here. If that could be explained a little bit here. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Any of the board members ready on this one?
Can you, oh, you already did it. Okay.
Yeah, that's helpful.
Because that back street is Vestal.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that comment.
Okay, so the little spur street that we see right above the word plan in as-built plot plan is Vestal.
It's a paper street built off of Vestal, providing access to these properties. I don't believe, to be honest, I don't know if it's actually considered Vestal or just a.
Well, there was just a document up, there we go. Okay.
So subject properties here, here's Vestal, this is the access. Yep.
Is this, Holly, on the
Oh.
Sam, whatever his name is, on the corner of Quaker and
Next, it's in between.
and then
Sorry.
you have the religious seven.
The Seventh Day.
This,
Seven
this access is in between the one on the corner and the next one on Vestal to get there. I didn't check to see it of its, where it lists on public or private on the map.
And where is the garage that we're talking about?
Right
Right there,
there,
and
yeah.
that's where the back pergola is going to be.
Well, it's between, it's between that building that's the guest house that you see there.
Oh, I see.
That's the thing we're just looking at. This is there. There's your pergola. There's your pergola, and this is.
And then on the far left is another pergola porch, which
This?
is 135, yeah. That's
Yes.
Yes.
No pergola.
So, it's obvious that you do need to get an application and that isolates that guest house and its amenities for us to
Yes,
review
understood.
and approve.
Would it be good to have a view of this, or you think everybody can?
Let's see, what the consensus
I
view
wouldn't
is.
mind making just one comment.
Go ahead, Abby.
If I were to make one comment, my one comment would be that instead of painting all of the pergolas and so forth white, I would make them natural to weather. I think that would definitely calm it
Yeah.
down. Otherwise, I'm not opposed. I think the garage is appropriate, and I think you're not going to see the connector. And I think the other porch looks like it's bricked or paved, is small, and it's deep into the property, so I don't think it's going to be seen.
Do you mean the one associated
Yeah.
with the guest house?
Yes, the
We're
one
gonna,
that
that's
says
gonna need to come
135.
back as
Okay.
as another
All right,
application
well, just on the
anyway.
garage, I think natural to weather, and I'm fine with
O-
proposed.
Okay. Let's see, Carrie,
I'll go. I think
thanks.
I agree with Abby. I don't think this is inappropriate, but I am concerned about the color. Pergola, white pergolas, and then if the house clapboard is not white, is the trim white, and then this would be white. So I think that has to be answered by your client or by whatever revisions. But that's it. I just want to know the colors.
Of the pergola specifically?
No, of the trim and the house together and the pergolas. I think the pergolas should be natural to weather.
Okay,
And then
I
the
think,
trim.
I think we're probably all gonna agree on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the material is on the siding? Is it shingle or is it?
What is the material on the siding?
The existing material is
No,
shingle.
we're talking about the garage.
The garage being proposed is also shingle natural weather.
The shingles are natural to weather, but the trim itself is probably painted, right?
Correct. The trim will be painted white.
Yeah. Okay. Does that provide clarity for you?
Yeah, but when the house comes back with clapboard, we said no white clapboard.
Well, usually
So,
you
wanna
can
see-
have like gray clapboard with white trim.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that that's the case. I mean, if they decide they don't want white trim with a colored clapboard, so. I'm just-
Okay, all right.
Just, we gotta just keep them consistent.
Okay, Jesse?
What if we tried approving this natural weather and if they wanted to put color?
Well, now let's be careful because he's not proposing that the trim be natural to
No, I'm talking
weather.
about the pergolas.
The pergola, I think we can all agree should be natural to weather.
And then the color of the,
I mean, I'm personally fine with it being white trim.
I,
And then if it goes to gray, because of the house, I'm probably fine with that too.
just try to get this application off the table.
I would love that.
So can I make a motion?
Yeah, give it a try.
could I,
Oh, go ahead, Diane.
I'm sorry.
I think it's good. I think it should be gray with the white trim And the pergolas will be gone. We'll do this again, so they won't be part of this application. So that makes the garage as simple as possible, using, what, I don't know what the front door or the garage doors have been called for. Is it white, or can we do it gray
Ooh, good point.
or natural
What,
to weather?
what color are the garage doors? Ooh, that's
Um,
too much white.
No, currently they're being proposed as mahogany with a natural stain.
Holly's over there looking at your application. I believe she's seeing white somewhere.
If you're. if
How
you
about
go-
this? How about we just roll that into our approval if we do go that direction?
Or do you think we should do this to track, like to Carrie's point? We don't
Yeah.
know what the main house is yet. And if it's not going to be gray with white, muntins.
Yeah, I'd rather
then-
get it off the table, but I'll go with the board.
I thought we were good. I thought we would have picked gray for the clapboards.
Okay,
Right,
actually, the clapboard is on the house, which
Yeah.
has already been held. So the garage is just shingle. So it's the trim color, which is proposed as white, which for me is totally, completely 100% approvable.
Can I make a motion? Is everyone done?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna.
I just want to clarify for the record that there might be some confusion, that this application before you also includes the pergolas.
Right. That's a part, I know Diane.
Well, no,
Diane-
no. Okay. The problem here is that there is a pergola connecting the two buildings. The pergola connecting the two buildings, we can approve as part of this application because it is connected to the garage. It's also connected to the guest house, which we don't have an approval for, which has its own separate pergola, which we are not approving as part of this application. Only the one connected to the garage. All right, that make sense to everyone? Okay, go.
Can I make a motion to approve with conditions of the pergola being natural to weather and the garage doors being mahogany and stained natural?
Sounds good, and that assumes the white trim that has been applied for, just for the
And if
record.
we have to change it, we can ask at the, but yeah, with the trim being white.
Okay, that is the motion. We'll see how that goes. All in favor of Jesse's motion, thank you, sorry. All those in favor of Jesse's motion, say aye. Aye. Were there any opposed to that?
I'm opposed to, I think the garage doors, we don't do stained mahogany.
I don't particularly like them, no.
Why can't they just be natural to weather or
Well,
a soft,
that is natural to weather.
not a mahogany stain?
Well, you got to put something on it. I mean, gray doors would be fine with me. All right, let's let this track. This is getting too complicated.
Yeah.
Mahogany doors stained don't work out here. They don't hold up under the weather
We had
for
a
the
motion,
applicant.
Right? Should we
What?
Just finish the motion, see
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to carry, is it?
if you got the votes.
Yeah, I don't think
Okay.
the motion carries.
Okay.
Let's just try it. Okay,
Motion to track the main house.
okay. All those in favor of Abby's motion to track the main house?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
I get it.
Woo.
It's so attached.
All right. Okay, the next one is mine.
Okay.
But it's actually Cy Tong, he's right up there. And Cy, I will just make an announcement, is our first new partner at Botticelli and Cole since its inception. So,
Congratulations.
yeah.
Yeah.
So there's Cy, he's our new partner, and he's going to walk you through, what are you going to walk us through, Cy? I'm going to leave the table right now because I'm supposed to. but I-
Congratulations.
Well, thank you, everybody.
Cy, before you get started, so we've got BPT in front of us now. And quick,
TBP.
Pardon me?
He gets first bill.
Oh, he gets
That was
first.
part of the condition.
Wow.
Really?
T and
Drives a
BP.
hard bargain.
So sensationalistic news of the night. We've got 126 items on the agenda.
126?
And not including
Only.
this one. Less sensationalistic, but more important, there's still pizza. So we want to get Holly up there, don't eat her pieces. But you guys eat it. And Ty, we're gonna jump right in if you want to go ahead and present.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. I'll try to make this quick.
Ty, I want to identify your board just for Terry. So it'll be Diane, Abby, myself, Carrie, and Jesse. Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, great. No problem. So we are proposing a 32-foot long by 25-foot wide barn, post and beam barn structure at 5 Quays Pasture Road. It will have red cedar roof shingles to weather, white cedar roof shingles to weather. It will have double hung and awning windows painted gray, and all exterior trim will be painted gray as well. One other thing to note of this structure is its proximity to the road is quite far. It's just over 600 feet to the driveway curb cut there at Quay's Pasture, and it looks rather heavily vegetated.
Okay, thank you. Comments?
I'm ready. Oh,
Abby? Go ahead.
it's, okay, no, Holly. I was, I'm very pleased with this application. I just wanted to know, the sliding barn doors, are those natural to weather or are those painted?
Those are painted gray.
Great, right. Yeah, I think I'm all for it. Good job. Thank you.
Me too.
Okay. Jesse?
Me too.
Diane? And without a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All in favor of Diane's motion, aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? None opposed, carries. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Your first submission.
Matt, looks like you're up next. I'm reading this here paperwork correctly. 42 Easton. Add shutters.
They look all cush, but they're not.
Yeah, they're not. They're not good for your back.
They're not?
They look comfortable.
We're just commenting on the chairs to fill space. Go ahead, Matt.
No, I can tell. There's too much cushion.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's not enough ergonomic support. They're cost effective, but a good chair is really important.
That's all.
Okay, with your permission,
Go
Mr.
for
Chair. So this is an application to add shutters to 42 Easton Street. I think, I'm not sure if everyone's familiar with this building, but it's an existing building. It's fairly large. It's adjacent to the White Elephant. It was 2 condos previously, and now it's held in common ownership. And the new owners are looking to just make some minor exterior adjustments, and the addition of these shutters, which I think are shown in the elevations, and then also changing the muntin configuration of the French doors, the glass configuration of the windows compared to that of the French doors. They're disparate. Basically, the pane size of the French doors generally are much smaller in comparison to the pane size of the adjacent windows, and so we wanted to just basically slightly minimize the amount of muntins and have a more, I guess, a suitable relationship in terms of proportion between the windows and the French doors. I think we actually submitted something separate that identifies the windows. This is, I'm sorry, the French doors. So this, I think, just shows just adding the shutters. But we did submit something after the deadline, just on the chance that you'd be open to reviewing it, save ourselves another agenda item.
So I'll get clarification on that in a second, Matt.
Yeah. So that's pretty much all we have.
Okay, so just to be clear, the French door change you mentioned is not currently, was not submitted in the
We
original
did not
application?
submit it as part of the original.
It's on the perspective here, you can see it.
Right, okay, but
Yeah.
just for clarity, okay. Holly? And if you haven't had a chance to comment on the doors, then we can hold that.
Based on the original submission, I do have comments on that. I was pulling up what we received.
All right, take your time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, for the record, this is a circa 1973 structure. There's actual HDC survey on file. HSAB was able to review this on August 8th. They said that the shutters on the main house are an improvement. However, the garage shutters call too much attention to those buildings and should be removed. The double wide shutters on the garages are a concern. We typically don't approve shutters on mullion windows. The scan of the blue paint color is not accurate, which was in your packet. The actual color chip is very bright blue. A softer blue closer to Hamilton would be more appropriate, and an actual color chip should be provided. Let's see. Matt, I was able to receive an email from one of those members. This is what they provided, so I did provide it to the commission.
Thank you.
So just some clarification on the color, and those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, great. Is anyone ready to comment?
I am.
Okay, and while we are doing that, Holly, do you have, I know on the online packet, there is the color sample, if you could get a chance to pull that up when you can.
And
yeah, it's titled,
I think it might be part of this packet.
42 Easton Street color under new business 80222.
I think I think the doors are an appropriate change. It's not much of a difference. I think the shutters, I really think the blue, any blue is going to be not Easton Street appropriate. And I think a softer gray color would be better, because this is a large house, and having a number of bright blue shutters, even if it's Hamilton, it's too much. That's all.
Okay. Jesse, you ready?
I'm okay with the shutters. As for the color, I will leave that to the board's decision, but I do like blue, but I'm not sure what the tone is, especially with the confusion with the chips. The doors are fine, shutters are fine. I could go either way with the shutters on the garages, especially the Mullins. If you're not going to do the second door windows, you may look awkward do the first floor by itself. So that's it. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. Abby or Diane, any concerns?
Yeah, I just got it. There's anything you can do to knock the cemetery down. I mean, it's like, this hotel looks like a hotel. It's a residence, right?
It is.
Yeah, yeah. So I think the shutters do a lot of good for this, and the sort of wider French doors, the 10 lights or whatever those are, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So I think a mineral blue, which is like a mineral blue, it's like a gray blue, might be a little bit more palatable for Easton Street.
Okay.
Well, I think anything you can do to knock down the cemetery, I don't know how you do it, because everything's duplicated.
It's definitely a challenge.
Yeah. But it's especially, like, I'm very nervous about this, I guess it would be the south elevation is so fenestrated. And that's right on the harbor, right?
Correct.
Right. Just bear with me for a second.
This would probably be one of those projects that's visible, air quotes, from a public way.
So, well, the
He's
steamboat,
being
so,
funny.
yeah.
So you can see it from everywhere.
Yeah.
Right. So,
We
yeah,
can see it from here.
I know. But, so why, I like the change in the bigger panes too, but wow. But no shutters on the harbor?
I don't know, just the street facade.
Okay, well, it helped, for me personally, it helped calm it down and make it look more residential, so I think you're going in the right direction. There's not
Okay.
much more you can do.
Thanks, Abby.
Thank you.
Diane?
Oh. I don't know. I can't decide whether the shutters pull them out to your eyes. There's a lot of fenestration on this building, and there's a lot of building. I don't know. The blue-gray, Abby mentioned, I think would be softer coming in. And without it, the north elevation just to get it, I don't know whether it's quieter. All your railings are all painted white.
Yes, it's an existing white.
I don't know what Johnny's proportions were, but there are a lot. That second story deck along there is extensive, and then the rest of them, you got decks on all 3 floors. I don't know. I'm not sure that it fits into a residential. It looks, as has been mentioned, it looks more like a hotel. I would like to see perhaps some of the decks on the 3rd floor reduced down. So, because this isn't even the side that faces the water. This is going to face out.
Yep, faces Easton Street. And I think it's an existing, you know, those, we're not proposing the
that it
3rd
isn't
floor.
Great building, but it's just, when you get down to that far down Easton Street, they become sort of more people-oriented houses. And this, to me, does not give that impression, so I'm not complaining about the design. I'm just saying perhaps it's not suitable at this one spot, that's all.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Matt, I'm sorry, you said, what were you saying about the railings, the deck spaces?
Just that they're existing.
Oh, okay.
And I just want to be clear that we weren't proposing to add third floor balconies. That clearly it's a unique building. It's large and it's probably nothing you would approve if it was presented today, but basically, you know, it is what it is. And so they want to try to make some small improvements, what they can.
Okay, thank you. So I agree with Holly and Diane with respect to things being inappropriate, but it is what it is at this point. So the mitigating elements for me are, as Abby had stated, and I believe Jesse, is the shutters actually help to quiet this, given a more appropriate color, which I'll get to in a minute. And I would suggest what's good for the north elevation, which faces the water, is good for the south elevation, which faces the street, in terms of quieting things, and with shutters. And there is the historic precedent that the primary structure has the shutters, whereas the secondary masses do not. So that's okay, I think. On the color, Holly, did you have any luck with that? I'm in the, no, the color, yeah. So Matt, that's a little bit too robin's egg blue, the second one in E1447, I believe. And
yeah.
So again, my comments, but information for the rest of the commission, the second color, the middle color is the one that's being proposed. And Holly, would you go back to the application that shows the colors was scanned? Which may be a much more appropriate color.
Yeah, we noticed that actually. That's actually, we got it offline, and obviously it's a little bit different from the color swatch when you go to the paint store, so.
No, we get it. No finger pointing, just for me, the utility that was comparing the two and then saying that this one seems much more appropriate, or maybe something with a little bit of blue in it.
Is
It's gray like this.
Through you, Mr. Chair, is it possible to find a color swatch that's kind of between the two and bring that in to staff, or?
Well, I think we're going to want to see it, which
Yeah.
I think you would think is appropriate too. So I would ask for a motion to hold for minor revisions in color.
So moved.
Okay,
And a chip.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
a real
the
chip.
yeah.
And a chip.
We can do that,
No chips, but a chip.
a chip, single.
On Diane's motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, carries unanimously.
Thank you.
And with that, Mr. Chair?
Okay, thanks. So do we have anybody here for 20 Ridge Lane? Roof replacement?
No,
It would seem not.
I thought we passed that in consent.
Well, so
not.
it,
That's the same applicant's agent, but a different, that was to Gulfview.
Okay, yeah.
now clearly, if this is still on new business, it must,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I think the only reason why, and I did take a look at this, it looked like it's going from 3-tab to architectural,
Yes.
is that it is in Nantucket, but it's, well, not, maybe not Nantucket, but near Nantucket. What is that other? Thank you, Fisher's Landing.
Fisher's Landing, okay.
So it wouldn't be of a historic structure per se. It might be contributing, but I didn't know if you wanted to look at it or not.
What's the color of the
Yeah.
architectural change?
Charcoal, gaff.
I mean, Fisher's Landing,
Yeah, because it's written them both up as roof replacement, so
It's actually an approvable color.
yeah, so why don't we move forward with this?
charcoal, wasn't that the color you
Charcoal.
picked out?
Yeah,
Yeah,
It's not for everyone.
the granite gray wasn't.
okay, thanks.
Mr. Chair, actually looking at the photographs, it looks like it's already architectural, but maybe it's how it's rendered.
It is, actually, yes, it definitely is.
Is it an as-built?
But no, this is funny.
Yeah.
Okay, this is an as-built, because this roof is in perfect shape. Nothing wrong with this roof.
Yeah,
But does anybody find this objectionable?
I don't. but
Oh, I
it's
should
a big
identify,
font.
wait, hang on. I should identify, Carrie's out, 1, 2, 3, yeah, so we got our board. Terry, just for your records, the board on this one, and this is for the 20 Ridge Lane project, is going to be Diane, Abby, Ray, Stephen, and Jesse, okay? So what are our opinions of these architectural roof shingles?
I'm okay, but I think, isn't there a fine?
We have the ability to levy one.
It's just that it's.
And frankly, I'm not certain that they're not replacing, like, we're assuming it's an as-built based on my very limited knowledge of this. Don't know. I would rather not do fine on the, particularly if they come back and say, well, we haven't done it yet. That would be hugely embarrassing.
Yeah, the application doesn't indicate.
Information.
Well, we do. They want architectural shingles and the color being charcoal, which is approvable out of the OHD in Fisher's Landing. That's the information.
In principle, I'm fine, I just don't.
Are those, doesn't the roof look architectural?
It is.
So it looks maybe like it's done.
Well, but, okay, we're all making an assumption that there were 3 tabs there before. Maybe they want to replace architectural shingles with architectural shingles.
Oh,
So the-
okay.
Just a different color.
The gaff charcoal is actually a much darker color. It's a black.
So,
That
Motion
looks like
to
a gray
approve.
to me.
what?
That looks like a gray or,
Oh, I see what you're saying. It looks much darker than that.
Yeah.
So this is, I know what these people are doing. They're setting up to put solar on this building.
That's what they.
That's
We're
what's
not
going
gonna
on
get
here.
it.
It took me a while.
Motion to approve
Okay.
without solar.
the old. it's
Without
not an
solar,
as-built-
okay.
as-built
All right,
bait
so
switch.
let's just limit that to a motion to approve. Let's try that. All those in favor of Abby's motion to approve the charcoal architectural shingles on this house, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, there it is, off the agenda. Fantastic. Okay, now we're into the old business, one of the old business portions of our meeting, August 9th. And
What's the latest?
it brings me great pleasure to introduce your next host for the evening, the lovely, glamorous Miss Abigail Camp. Take it away, Abby.
Oh,
You're
I
up.
thought you were gonna say Linda Williams. Okay.
No.
Um,
The lovely, the glamorous Matt McEachern. Here we go.
Go, go, go.
Okay, all right, so thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Chair. So you've actually seen this application once before, and I think you held it just to verify that the changes we're proposing were not visible. And we also included some photographs showing site photos from the road, from the public way, just as a way of, if anyone couldn't get out there, so. It's a existing house. There's a couple of existing porches on the rear of it that we're just looking to emulate from on the right side to the left. So I think this shot shows probably the best elevation. So we're looking to add a dormer on the left side and extend the deck on the center mass and then emulate. There's a hexagonal deck on the right side of the structure that's existing, and there's a hexagonal footprint it's basically the kitchen. And so we're basically putting a built-in deck on top of that roof. And coincidentally, it emulates the right side of the structure. Again, I think this back section is really not visible. I think Val actually worked in this house a few years back. And I think she reiterated the fact that it's really not that visible or not visible. So anyways, that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. It's simple enough. Let's hear from the board. No, Holly. Okay, Ms. Coombs.
Because somebody else, because
Stephen, are you ready? Or Carrie, are you under that newspaper there?
I am. And I think the visibility factor is low. And I think while it's a heck of a lot of decking on the back, I think it does lend a consistency to it, which I think, can be a good thing. That's all.
Really?
Fireman smell.
Okay. Stephen, are you ready?
Yes. I'm a no.
For all the decking?
Yes.
I hear you.
me too.
Diane, okay. All right, so I agree. So how are we going to reduce this decking?
This was on consent too, by the way, just to remind everybody initially. And I just don't think you're going to see this decking, but
Well, let's see.
did
what we
everyone
can
else
do.
get a chance to go out and visit the site or look at the photos?
I did.
I'm sure you did. Just out of curiosity, Stephen.
Sure. Through you, Madam Chair. For me, this is not typical of the area. I mean, if the screening changes, I just think it'll open up a whole new world out there at second floor deck. So That's my concern.
Thank you. So, Diane, any more?
I think Bishop's Rise is a very difficult road to deal with. We go up and you can't see most of it. It's tucked off way back and all the rest of it. You bring up the point that perhaps if somebody comes in and clear cuts, which they've done in other places, like Mill Street and stuff, it's hard. I don't know if you can you break that decks at some height for a small thing to give it?
What I was going to suggest to you, Madam Chair, was potentially remove the decking above the existing hexagonal kitchen. So the shot that you've got right there. So that would just remain roof, and we would just return the deck back into adjacent to the gable dormer.
I think that would work. For me, that would work better. So that's one proposal.
Yeah, anything to lessen the decking. Steve, do you have any ideas about lessening the decking?
Eliminate it.
Just has it like it was before, the
That's my
existing?
belief.
If
Carrie, any more?
I don't have any more comments.
Oh, great.
Why don't we hold for a visit?
I'm sorry, if I could,
Come up with
it's
what-
another 6 weeks, and if there's any way to avoid that, I'd love to, if I could.
All right, well then let's work it out right here.
So if I could just suggest it through you, Madam Chair, is if we looked at the floor plan. There we go. So that's demolition, if you go back one or up one. There you go. Okay, so if you see how the deck on the right side follows the footprint, what I'm suggesting is don't just have it return back to the house.
Yeah.
And basically keep that other section as existing roof pitch, if you will. And so then the only thing we're really requesting is the additional depth of the deck in the center section.
Are you saying here?
Actually, no, further to the right.
Here.
Yeah. Or it could even be at the on the right side where it comes in right over the left one, just a little, the next post over to the left. Yeah, sorry, you just had it. Yeah, pretty much right there. If the deck returned basically back in that section.
Well, does anybody want to make a motion on this?
That's the first one.
Yes.
Yeah, so
I
this is
agree.
existing. And then that would be this.
If we to work it out and give it back to him, and he get it to us on for Tuesday. I don't know how it's
To
to
do
come.
that, I mean, I can't figure it out
Yeah,
myself.
I'm happy if we come back, we'll come back with a revision.
Yeah, could you do that?
Yeah.
Because we can't figure it out right here.
That's what I would make a motion of.
All right, Diane's motion to, for revisions that would come back on this coming Tuesday.
Discussion on the motion.
Yes, please.
Matt, please bring back an analysis of the percentage. You know, we got a regulation on the amount of square footage of deck. I'd like to make sure that this, whatever's proposed conforms to that. Just if that's okay with you, Diane. And just because you made the motion.
That's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all in favor of Diane's motion?
Aye.
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 Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Linda, your turn. So Johnny, of course, is not here, but Stephen is in as an alternate.
Nothing, I'm just talking to myself.
myself, Diane, Jesse, Kerry, Stephen.
Okay, I'm going to turn a lot of the presentation over to Holly, once you get all the stuff in front of you.
This is the NHA library.
Fair Street?
AKA Fair Street Museum. You're not, no.
Just for background, we had this prepared to go several months ago, and then we got into a discussion with some preservationists, and Holly and myself, and some of the people that also do pro bono work for the NHA. And we pulled it out until we had a full survey, both exterior and interior and windows, by a historic preservationist. And Holly worked very closely with these guys. We've got the drawings of what they're going to do. They're going to put the windows back in. They're going to be fixed, but they're going to look like the original windows, but without the pebble tech on the exterior of them. So we are here for that. We've had a custom window builder involved as well, Ben Moore, who's done outstanding work on other structures with their windows, like the Macy warehouse down on Straight Wharf. So I'm going to leave the rest of the discussion up to Holly, but we're here to actually complete the application now. I'm not sure Glenn was going to make it.
I do see Glenn up in the queue.
Oh, good. If you've got Glenn up there, then I'd like him to weigh in on this because he's been involved since we pulled it the last time.
Hey, Linda.
Yeah.
This whole discussion about the windows and everything only applies to the concrete.
Yes.
Fair Street, not to the Quaker Meeting.
No, the renovations have been made to the Quaker Meeting House not that long ago and continuum of time. So this is only the stucco building, and they're going to redo the stucco because it does have cracks in it. And they're going to secure the building. It's thermally controlled, which is why the windows will be fixed, except for 2 windows that are going to be egress windows for fire protection. But other than that, Glenn's here, and Holly's been working very closely with these guys.
Yeah, I'm here.
You have anything you want to say?
I think Niles is here as well. Not really.
Yes,
I think. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Niles.
No, go ahead, Glenn. Thanks.
No, I just think that, when you look at the changes or the original windows and what has happened over time, this is really just going back to the original configuration that will show, the same relationship between the poured in place concrete and the openings without any mullions in it, which is nice, or which is very historically accurate. And the other nice thing too is that these windows will be set back the way the original windows were, so that you see the return on the poured in place concrete, which gives a robustness to it that it had originally that was lost when the other windows were installed. So I think it's pretty straightforward when it comes to the window work.
I just want to add to what Glenn just said. I did a window survey. I took pictures of inside and outside of all the windows, which were in the original submission. And at the moment, they are Brosco casements that are disintegrating. There's a couple in there that have little signs on them that says "Do not open" because it will fall out. So if we can get rid of the Broscos, which replace the original windows, which you can see in the pictures, with fixed panes that are reminiscent of the new ones. Obviously, they're going to have to rebuild the frames around these windows, but that's been taken into account with all the details that Ben Moore and Glenn and the rest have come up with. And we've had a lot of help from preservationists from off island, but Holly has spoken to those guys. But we're getting rid of the Broscos.
Okay. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is the 1904 fireproof building, obviously built by the Nantucket Historical Association for the Nantucket Historical Association, designed by George Watson, who also built, I'm going to mispronounce this, the Aberthaw and Company Harvard Stadium. And this is the second reinforced concrete structure in Massachusetts. And the first,
Was Harvard Stadium.
yes.
Yes.
All
Exactly.
concrete, let me tell you.
And I just wanted to thank Glenn and his team for an extensive work. Not only have they been, looking at the windows themselves, but also for the concrete. They're going to go into a nice restoration. And that was a lot of the extensive information that you saw in your packet. And to back up what Linda had mentioned, I did have the pleasure of meeting everybody on site back in April. Ed Rudd, Michael Harrison, Glenn, and Ben Moore. They've done extensive research, and these are preservation-minded professionals. And obviously, there's documentation of these single pane versus a 12 pane. I don't have much of a concern other that these are obviously casements, and there's going to be one that's over the facade. Other than that, they're going back to its original true identity from when it was originally constructed. So no concerns, Mr. Chair.
And the full history of this building is in the file.
Oh, and on top of that, Mr. Chair, as you all are aware, we've been updating our HDC surveys, and this is within the fish lot. So the HDC survey will be updated once that project with PAL is completed. And I just want to again echo that the work that not only PAL's done, but also these guys right here that have gone into that documentation. So
Great. Thanks so much, Holly. Okay, folks, it's to you. Thanks.
I think I'm fine with this. I really appreciate the fact that they're going to be set into the concrete, original, in the original manner. So you get that, depth of the concrete from the outside of the building. The B window on the front, I'm just wondering why they don't, was that also originally a single pane?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're not adding any new openings because it would be almost virtually impossible.
Impossible.
A couple of the windows have fallen out, so they've been blocked over, but I assume we'll put all of them
I actually
back.
think, no, I actually think that what Carrie meant was that aperture, did it have a single light window in it as opposed to a double hung,
Exact, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There were no double hungs in the building when it was constructed. It's a kind of a unique situation.
Very.
It's a unique building. Anything else, Carrie?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, thanks. All right, Diane, you ready?
Yeah, I think that every question has been answered, and being along with Harvard Stadium, it carries some knowledge. I think it would be interesting to go back to the original building, and it certainly seems to have the best people doing it. So I'm not objecting to it at all.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Jesse, you ready?
Yeah, I am impressed by the amount of careful detail that was put into putting this together. Certainly, we have some of the best experts working on this, so I feel pretty confident in this application and in the process. I do get concerned when I hear power washing concrete, what this is going to look like when it's all power washed because of all that beautiful patina that's going to be gone. But if that's what it takes to preserve it, I think that's what needs to be done. And is there going to be any protecting, like waterproofing after the power wash, or is the concrete stable enough to just be able to act like as a natural waterproofing?
Hi, it's Glenn. There is not really a power wash that's going to be applied that has a high PSI attached to it. These tests that you're seeing here are basically an architectural biocide that was applied, and all of the soiling that we have on the facade of the building is all a biofilm, really. So there'll be no, high pressure water, and the architectural biocide will be reapplied to try to mitigate some of the regrowth. And then we'll be talking to NHA about a maintenance program. But no, the testing that we did on the facade involved some petrography, but also some initial absorption rate tests, as you can see there in the image. And it's very, very dense. So we don't really feel like we need to modify the absorption by the application of a coating of any kind.
Cool. So you're going to add, after it's or washed, a product that will help create the patina faster. Is that what you said?
Well, the patina is a biofilm, that's growing on there that can actually hold moisture. But so no, quite frankly, the application would slow the regrowth of that biofilm down.
Got it.
And that biofilm actually holds moisture against the facade. So it's not terrible. I mean, what's amazing to all of us that have done this study is that the high quality of the material that was installed originally and its ability to have withstood the exposure to Nantucket environment is amazing. But trying to keep the absorbed moisture levels down is a good thing for the long-term maintenance of the facade. So it will, the patina, though, to get to your real question, is it will return to a certain extent.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Yep.
Is that it, Jesse?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to get a couple clarifications if I missed this. The glass itself, is it going to be wavy, or it's going to be just a clear?
Clear.
Okay, and then I think the original application indicated these were STLs, but you're looking at single pane instead, or dual pane?
We're not replacing the Brosco casements that had panes. We're just going back to the single pane.
Okay, right. No, I get single, you're doing a single light fix. But I'm just curious.
Is it a double glazed?
Double glazed?
I think Glenn's going to have to answer that because it is thermally controlled, so we want to make sure we don't have to put storms on this thing.
I'm sure it's double glazed.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'd like to get clarification on that, is just to correct the application, because it does indicate STLs.
Yeah, the original application will track this incarnation of it. That was put in 6 months ago.
Just paperwork. I'm sorry, if someone could answer that question.
I think Glenn has the answer on the glazing of the window.
Yeah, the glazing, it will be insulated, and also there's a UV protection filter that will be part of the glass as well.
And Glenn, that's a smooth glass as opposed to a pattern?
Yes. Yeah, it's smooth. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I think it's the right thing to do this, Bill, so I appreciate your efforts.
Motion to approve is submitted.
There it is. The motion has been made to approve as submitted. All those in favor of Stephen's motion to approve as submitted?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? I don't think so. Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Great, thank you.
Great building.
Thank you very much.
Okay, excuse me, Abby's up again for 71 Cliff Road.
Oh, that's Luke's. So I gotta do it.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll be right back. Let's see, I think you might have the next one too.
July 9th.
Yeah, the one you're reviewing now.
Yeah, July 9th.
No, August 9th.
Was the last review. Jesse, you were on that one, right? Yeah, you commented. Yeah.
That was cool.
No, 1,400.
You want to do it, Carrie?
Going up.
Yeah, I'm here for Lou. What I've been told about this is that there was a pool and a cabana, and the pool had issue because of the retaining walls around it.
Yeah.
Then that came in and was approved And this, now the cabana has to track with that retaining system, so now the cabana is at the same level where the pool was approved. So it's just sort of tracking with the approval of the retainage, and no change per se. That's how I understand it.
Yeah, and if I remember it, they lowered or eliminated the,
They lowered, yeah, they like.
no, they didn't. I didn't go over there.
No. But it is there. The pool's been approved, so.
All right, board members,
Charming,
Charming?
charming.
In
Charming?
terms of the building, yeah, it's simple, what a cabana should be.
Okay, Diane?
Yes, I agree.
And I think that's it.
Yes.
So what do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay,
As
all in
submitted.
favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
Take a look.
Okay. Thanks, Karen. Thank you.
We have a problem with the 76 Pleasant
We as in us or you?
as clients and HDC. We're working with Holly to come up with a design that she thought would be appropriate for that structure. The problem is that we are now, with McLaughlin not here, we are down to 3 members.
No,
Well, Stephen,
I said for John.
McLaughlin now.
No, we only have, you had already on it. It's
Oh.
Camp,
Oh.
McLaughlin, Coombs, and Welch.
That's
So that's
tough.
4.
No.
No, McLaughlin's not here. I don't think we want to go with
Camp,
3.
Coombs, Oliver, Welch. Oh, no.
No,
No.
I'm not sitting on it.
It's on the top of the next page.
Yeah.
I can vote twice.
Carrie, Stephen,
There you go.
Diane.
Coombs.
Nope, it's
Welch.
Camp, McLaughlin, Coombs, and Welch. That's it.
And you don't like that group of people?
Well, I don't want to go with 3.
3 is tough.
Where do you get 4? Not on
No,
here.
there is only 3.
Mr. Chair, through you, on my notes from March of this year,
Oh.
I had Abby, Carrie, Stephen, Diane, and John. Of course, John's not here, so that's 4.
That's not what's on here.
Yeah, I don't see it in the minutes.
No, I don't.
I don't
That was
see it.
from the March minutes, or from my.
Oh, March minutes, because this was a meeting of
May 10th.
And then
August, no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. August
April
9th.
25th, I have Stephen, Diane, yeah, Abby, and John, so 3.
What we'd probably like to do is withdraw and resubmit to get a 5-member board. But
Okay.
can we come back? We've been waiting for a while to come in, but we're still working with Holly.
Yeah.
If we could withdraw it tonight without prejudice and then immediately resubmit,
Sure.
once we work through Holly, but not
Yeah.
wait 6 weeks to get back here.
Is
Okay,
it really that tough?
all in favor of
Yeah.
Linda's motion?
Can't
Aye.
make a motion.
Diane, did you make that motion?
I made that motion.
Okay, all in favor of Diane's motion?
Hi.
Aye.
And that's to allow us to come back immediately instead of waiting 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Without
we get it.
prejudice.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, 33 Quidnet Road. Do we have is Andrew?
And back.
I took some pictures out there too.
Whoever's making that noise, it sounds a little bit like Andrew. You're having some bandwidth issues.
I mean, we're gonna have some bandwidth issues.
Oh, no. No.
Yeah, that's as bad as it gets.
That's the modern day version of helium,
Yeah.
the digital version.
Can you hear me? Can't
Who's
hear me.
actually talking?
Better.
Go
Sam, you
like.
better take it over. So Sam in my office is there and he will.
Yeah,
Oh,
thank God for Sam.
oh, thank
Oh,
God, okay,
all right.
this is better.
Hello,
Hi.
Sam Titone, representative for workshop. This is a resubmission for the main house dwelling, 33 Quidnet. We made a few revisions. We tried to address every comment from the last meeting. The first being, we changed the trim and sash color to Quaker gray and dove gray for the Anderson windows.
Okay.
Thanks.
And then the second main point, we reduced the overall square footage and footprint of the structure, and in turn, it lowered the overall building height. And we revised a few windows. And we also added a red dashed line for the existing structure on site that we previously had a move off demo application approved. So that shows the comparison of the current structure's building height and ours being 2 feet lower.
Could you elaborate on, hang on right there. So you had this big cutaway section to the quote lower level that it appears that you got rid of. Did you get rid of it?
So yeah, Mirka can speak to the grading revisions, if that's okay.
So just in general, yeah, the van walkout was omitted, so that was on the other side, which is not shown anymore. Part of my submission, you will have a more proper cross-section to showing the grades. But yes, now we have just the one walkout on your, I would say, left side. That's the only kind of cut in to the grade, through the grade a little bit more. And again, you will have a better cross-section in my class.
It's also at the end of this package, yeah.
So if you scroll through the plan, you might see more.
Can you all happen to hear me now better or no?
Yeah, we happen to hear you better.
I also just want to add that in addition to the revisions that Sam just mentioned, the house was also slid back an additional 20 feet from where the existing structure is, which you can see here on the site plan, that the existing structure now sits from front corner to front corner about 50 feet forward to Quidnet Pond from the proposed design. Additionally, there was actually 2 window wells that were eliminated. There was one on the Quidnet Harbor side, and then also to the east side.
Andrew, we're losing you again.
As well. So both
This
of
southeast.
those were done with the grade re-sculpted around, as Mirka will outline.
No.
Hang on. We're doing really well here without you. So why don't you guys continue?
So, if I may, so before you focus on the architectural, I know there were some questions about the grading. So I just want to sum up what Andrew tried to be saying. So as you can see, the existing house is outlined in an orange line, right? And you see the new house is moved past it. I don't know if did you include the aerial pictures, some GIS?
Hey, Mirka,
Yeah, so.
can you remind me of something, or everyone? The pond is vis-a-vis this drawing. Which way is the pond?
South, or like on
Down.
the bottom of the page, yes.
Bottom of the page.
Bottom of the
Okay.
page.
So when you say you're moving it, quote, further away, are you moving it further away from the pond?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
Got
Yes, further away from the pond. So the house, existing house, if you have a chance to see the aerial photos, it kind of sits on this like a man-made bank. So we are pushing the proposed house a little bit farther to the flat area, which is considered average around 35, at elevation 35 of the main grade. So it sits at existing, and it's then nicely just slope towards the pond. And the only depression we are creating, where is the pool. So creating that walkout from the lower level and bringing the pool, we are massaging the grade and opening. So that's the only grading alteration we are doing within the lot, but that's about it. So we are really just working with all existing grades as they are now. So orange lines represent the new modified grading, and the black, whatever the gray lines are, where the existing grading picks up from those points. And if you go to the cross section, which might be as the next page, it can be nicely see how we practically just creating little depressions where the house is. So the first one is kind of the top cross section, and if you are able to maybe zoom it a little bit more, just kind of shows how the house is layered. So it is through the house, sitting on the existing grade, and it's kind of, you can see how the pool and the lower level is kind of carved into the grade. The second cross section, you can see the orange, or I'm sorry, pink outline of the existing house, where it's still the finished floor sits at the same elevation, so you can clearly see the massing of the existing house is a little bit bigger and higher. And again, the orange line across such as the existing grade, right? So you can just see how it's just practically dips right where the pool is. So again, we are just stepping and carving the existing grades.
So yellow dash line is the existing grade?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Then this is the cross section kind of through the parking and a main house and garage, so you can see how practically it's pretty flat area. It's kind of a little bit dips in the middle, but we will just flattening up. So we are not raising, we are just creating a little plateau. Again, the orange dash line represent the existing grade, and this is what we are doing. So we are just within 12 inches altering the grade in this area. That's why it was very helpful to pushing backwards. So we are really not changing the existing grade. And this is the cross section, the bottom one, through the pool, where you can see clearly where the existing house is located. It's that outline in a pink. The kind of the grade was a little modified and wrapped around this building. So we are kind of bringing it a little bit to pre-existing situation, pushing the grades a little bit farther from the house with the proposed structure and just creating that little depression for a pool and pool area. The whole lot is really feels like a mounted bank. It has a plateau, and then it steeply just drops like 15 or so feet towards the property corner, towards the pond. So we are just kind of modifying the grade to open the views for the pool itself, but it will be nowhere visible from anywhere else, just the site itself, this grading operation.
And sorry, I was a little rushed in the beginning. I just wanted to touch on a couple other main points for the revisions. One mainly being the glazing revisions, mostly in the smaller connector piece. We removed the full height glazing sections and replaced them with a more traditional front door and just a sliding glass door on the south facing facade, the only visible facade for the public. And we reduced the size of the lower level windows. And the highest two-story mass is 26 and a half feet. And the neighbors' houses are about 3 feet taller.
1 and 29, 7.
Okay.
And the main concern from the last meeting was the white trim, so the client didn't
Went
want.
to the two grays.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you both.
Thank you.
I'll go.
Thanks, Stephen. Go ahead.
I'm not going to comment on the architecture. I have some fundamental problems with the site plan and the topo. What was previously submitted didn't include any of the datum, and what's been submitted on paper with respect to the site plan, it's so faint as to not be almost legible with respect to
Stephen?
what's existing and what's proposed.
I'm sorry to interrupt here,
I
Frank.
thought I was on this for John.
No,
No?
no.
So
You are down as an alternate. However, the board, all of whom are here, is myself, Abby, Diane, Val, and Kerry.
Okay, so
So
strike those comments unless it comes back and I'm sitting on it, because I'm gonna
we go.
reverse us all the way back to this
Well, I
discussion.
will reiterate his comment because he and I were talking about that because I was trying to read it to him. And I can't read the topo numbers. I can read a few, but then when you get towards the building, you can't read them. They're very light and the 33, yeah. It'd be nice to have some hard numbers to be looking at.
Site plan.
Carrie, can I just confirm which, are you looking, I just want to make sure, because I provided some supplement information, so I just want to make sure. Is it by any chance the plan HDC 03?
L100.
Okay, so just in addition to their plans, I provided mine, which should be a little bit more easier to be understood.
Oh,
And
yeah, this
I
is
am
impossible
following
to
up,
read.
and I'm following up with the pool where all these plans are part of. So I just
Right, but
wanna-
we want to know that the architecture is on, it needs to be approved with its own numbers that are then correspond to yours.
So apologies for the L100, but to Mirka's point, we also have her sheet included on the second to last page, where I think you can read the numbers a little easier.
Oh, it's gonna be. Thank you.
Yeah. Yep, those are way more legible. Thank you.
What page was that?
Go to second to last, HGC 03.
So that's not in the online.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that was what was up there, yeah. Okay.
Because it was submitted.
Carrie, continue.
I appreciate the reduction in height and footprint. I still think, it is up on the hill. I understand you're at a plateau, but it is still high on the hill. And it is a very long building, probably twice the size of what's there, even though it is further back. There's a heck of a lot more glass, and I just, night sky out there is huge. We have the lighthouse, which is the lighthouse, but this shouldn't compete with that across the pond. That's it for now. I appreciate the reduction in glass a lot. Still think on the southeast should try to maybe. Yeah, it's not too bad. That's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Okay, Abby, Diane, Val.
Well, want me to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh, boy, it's unique. But I think it's sitting lower than the original one. And I do realize it's longer. I think the amount of fenestration is probably a problem with the gamed windows, but it's so a part of this design, I wouldn't know how to change it. The chimneys also go with the design, but are they appropriate for Quidnet in this spot? They're very large, they're monolithic, and they're parged, which is nice. I understand the concept. Thank you for, originally it looked like Alice looking through the looking glass on the front door there, but maybe that connector could even be, the fenestration could be less. I just think it's going to be like a little glow box, which is beautiful, but it's Quidnet. It's not, wherever they have those glow boxes, maybe. So, those are my comments for now. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Val, Diane.
We're still trying to understand.
I'm looking more at that topo on the last page.
Yes.
And it seems like the highest topo that exists is 34.
And this is at 36.
And your finished floor is at 36, so you're 2 feet above the highest
Yeah.
plateau.
The highest point is 36. It's clearly,
Oh, but it's I guess, but
Yeah.
it's a tiny little area compared to what you're actually
Right.
yeah,
covering.
so the finished floor is at 36, so the finished grade is approximately 34 and a half, 34. So I'm catching the existing grades.
Well, you're going up still.
Yeah. Because it looks like the existing footprint was at 34.
Aren't we supposed to get that included in our application?
You have this one?
Yeah.
Basically, there shouldn't be any outside grade that's above 34. You've got outside grade here that's 35, 34 and a half. I don't get why you're raising it all.
Only 35 is, if I just want to clarify, was the patio in the front of that faucet. So that's just that one little landing, but after that it's like a decking. Just get out of the house to the deck. In our case, it's patio and then stepping down to the grade. So as if you study the proposed contours, no contours, then 34 is altered. I'm not altering any 35 or 36 of the existing grade.
Aren't we supposed to sort of look to see some of it built in the lower lands and not on the highest point in the property? I thought that was one of the things in building with Nantucket in mind.
Less manipulation.
So I'll go if you want.
Go ahead, Diane. Val, had you finished?
No, I wasn't really going yet.
Oh, that's right. Go ahead, Diane.
Well, I don't know, I sound like a broken record, but I don't think it's very appropriate. One of the groups of houses, it looks like a commercial building. The chimneys are not corbelled at all. It's not typical of Quinta. Why don't they sort of build like somewhere else? Because I don't think, how many sections of Quinta have got a 3-story down? It's 30 feet tall at that point. We're supposed to try and keep the neighborhood consistent with one another. And I think, which one, this is southwest, is
It's actually 36.
36 feet tall. On
Yeah,
southwest, which
right.
is
We're
inappropriate.
all measuring the same thing here.
Yeah,
37.
It's
sorry.
37 and a half.
right, it's
It
not
keeps
very,
getting taller. Every time we measure it, it gets taller and taller.
wait until next week, it'll be up. The thing, so basically there's no point for me picking it apart window by window, because it's too big for the area. It ignores the existing houses around, and there's one, that middle elevation, I don't know what it is, which one it is, but it looks like two separate buildings that sort of got too close together. It's not a pleasing elevation with the two different gables going in two different directions. I don't know. So that's all. I'm not very helpful, but that's what I think.
My brother, some good points. Thank you, Diane. Val?
I agree with what's been said. I appreciate the simplicity of the massing, but I think it's over fenestrated, way over fenestrated. And the connector piece, I think I mentioned this in the first review, is going to be like a lantern, like a light on the side of a house that you can just see the light emanating all the way through. And that definitely needs to be mitigated, because at night, there are no even streetlights out there. So it's gonna be like glowing. So reduction of fenestration, it's always a challenge with the 3-story grade change. I don't have anything else. The chimneys should, I don't know, be something. Oh, I took pictures which show you can't see it, much of it from the street. It's what can you see from
What about from the
the
pond?
pond and the foundation next door, the conservation.
Oh, right, the Audubon.
Right.
Right.
There's a lot of like cedars and vegetation on the street. If those go away, it will be on the hill. So that would be part of our eventual condition.
Is this come before us before?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same site.
Mr. Chair.
Val, are you finished?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that was everyone except me. So gotta say, every time I drive in on Nantucket Road and hit the corner of Cliff and Nantucket Road, there are those gigantic monolithic chimneys sticking up that were supposed to be invisible.
Right.
Absolutely not visible. I mean, absolutely are visible, and hit me every time I hit that intersection. So I have the same, reaction to these kind of very stiff monolithic chimneys that are completely unadorned. I'm also concerned, given the height at 37 or whatever, 37 and a half, that the ridge, it's within the maximum zoning, which was 50 feet, but just barely, because I think I measured it at 48 feet long. Now that's bubbled, I think, because the ridge has come down, but it's still quite long. And I agree generally with what my other board members have said about this application. So should we move this one?
I'll make a motion to hold for revision.
Sounds good. All those in favor of Diane's motion to hold for revision, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that motion carries. Do we want to look at the garage studio?
Take care of that.
I think, yeah, I think
don't know,
we'll
did we-
hold this because
Did we
this
pass
isn't the
that
most
one?
recent
It's not the
submission.
most recent? Not.
No, it's not.
Oh, okay, so let's hold the garage, or,
And hold the pool too at this
Yeah,
point.
just-
okay, so we're gonna hold the next two applications at 33 Quidnet Road. Can I have that motion?
Yeah.
So
motion.
moved.
Okay, Abby's made the motion to hold the other two applications. So on that motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so now,
Can I just clarify?
yeah, go ahead,
Right.
Mirka.
Hold to track. Either additional
Yeah,
correct-
to
just
track,
gonna make
yes,
sure.
to track. Although, yeah, to track generally, but it sounds like we might not have the most recent guest,
We'll come back with the revised house and all of it together.
well, and revised garage, right?
Yeah, we submit our revisions to the garage the same time as the main house, so
Okay, well, we'll just,
I'll make
we
sure
want to
it's-
be
yeah.
reviewing the right ones, that's all.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. All right, let's see. Oh, Abby, this is you,
Yeah, yeah.
Maple Lane.
Nope, that's me.
Yep.
No, it's Abby.
Oh,
Sorry, Mr. Maury. Abby's the boss around here.
okay, fair enough.
Okay, it's all
Can we
you.
go back to 9 before the night's over?
Oh, shoot, yeah,
The
yeah.
demo of the garage.
Yeah, right after this. Remind us.
Yeah. Give her an inch, she wants a mile.
That's what happens when you're leaving for lunch.
I have
Yeah.
to go to the SHAD meeting.
Val can go first if she wants.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, through you, I just have a question for Dustin.
It's Madam
Our-
Chair in this case.
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair, I have a question through you. Our agenda says second dwelling, but I noticed on the application, it says it's a garage studio. I know it might be semantics, but I just wanted to clarify that.
So it is a garage studio. Yeah, it's not a second dwelling.
Okay, very good. All right, Dustin. Oops. Okay, Dustin, you can tell us what you did.
Okay, so based on Diane's comments, we separated the windows above the garage overhead door. We added a window on the left dormer. Based on Stephen's comments, we also reduced the height 1 foot. I think it was Abby who wanted us to beefing up the garage door, so we brought it from 8 feet to 10 feet wide, which makes a lot more sense for a car anyways. I think that's about it. On to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Dustin. Board members.
Okay.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thanks, Dustin. It's certainly approvable to my mind. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Diane?
I approval too.
Okay. Carrie?
No, I think it's okay. Simple.
Simple. And Jesse?
A-okay.
Thumbs up. Do
So
I
make a
hear
motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. There it is. Thank you, Dustin.
Okay,
Great. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it.
night, night. Oh,
Maple Lane.
It's quick.
oh, Val, right, Val. Okay, Terry, we're jumping back to number 4 under new business of 8.2. That's Val's at 12 Westerwick.
Yeah.
Demo move garage.
I'm actually gonna just ask for a straight-on demo, because it is just a garage. This was built around 2011, and it used to exist at 2 Marion out there in Cisco, and in 2018, we moved it onto this site. But it turns out the additions we got approved on the house needs some square footage that this garage possesses, so we need to get rid of it, and it's holding me up from getting a permit. So it's just a little
Your signature?
garage.
What was that?
This was,
Oh, that was
Carries.
unanimous. Carries.
I think you were sharing that.
I haven't signed anything in the last few.
I think you shared it. I think.
Mhm.
Okay,
I'm fine with this. I could make a motion to approve.
any discussion on the motion before I send it to vote?
It's a garage.
Yeah.
Garage.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's do the motion.
Motion to approve.
Okay, Abby has done a motion to approve the, it's a demo move off, is that what we got?
Just a
Straight
demo.
Straight demo, okay. All those in favor of Abby's straight demo?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Who, thanks, Val. Any, there we go, BPC, there we go, Joseph. All right. Douglas Way.
Yes.
I'm so thirsty. That pizza is making me
Mhm,
thirsty.
mhm. Me too.
I'm not on these on Douglas Way. No. I don't know, but she doesn't have me on. I am on Stone Alley though. She doesn't have me on that either.
Okay, Joe.
I'm hoping that I can screen share just so I can navigate through the elevator on the property, if that's possible.
That would be great. Hey, are you in Rome right now?
That's in Portugal, but I wish I was there. I'm not. I'm in the lesser known part of Portugal, Tom Nevers. Okay, so the questions so there have been a couple rounds of revisions on this, and but Stephen had some questions about grading, and Val suggested a site section. So we've provided those, and I'm starting off here on the site plan. I tried making these numbers as big as possible and printed this in color just to make it easier to read. So is this, everybody can hear me fine?
Yep.
Okay, so just a big picture, so the street Alliance Lane comes up here to Douglas and then wraps around to Brayburn. Right. And here you can see at the top of the screen, this is Douglas, which gets rather thin along this way, and then it wraps around to Brayburn, and we drive down Brayburn to come up to our property. You can see just overall, we've got 25 feet down here at the corner, and it slopes up to about 35 feet in here, and then it continues to slope up almost another 10 feet on the conservation land next to us. And then our property dips down to this hole here at 23. So it goes from 35 to 23 back up almost to 35. So there's quite a hole here in the middle. And there's also an elevated portion here that we drive around and then come up here to enter the property. So there's a lot of grade undulation, and everything that you see in green that's outlined, clouded, are areas that we cannot disturb based on a MESA approval. So with the exception of like this area in here will be lawn area, but all of this green space is not being disturbed. So the natural vegetation will have to keep in place. So I'm showing the before, the after contours are in red here. And I can tell you just that the driveway, we're not dealing for this application. We'll need a retaining wall on the inside of this, which would be screened by the road, but the landscape retaining walls aren't reflected. I just wanted to show the manipulations to the grade to make the house work. We are, so just looking at where we're entering at grade 30, 30, 31, and then the house is stepping inside a total of 3 feet to this middle level, and then we're stepping this up back here. What I want to show you too is that the most visible elevation is this elevation here, which is the north. North is to the top of the page. And you can see that the road, we've got a pretty steep incline here from 32 up to 37. And 37 ends up being the elevation of the top of our pool. And then we're stepping down 18 inches to 35 and a half, which comes across this entire deck. I know I'm over explaining this, but I think it'll make sense once you see the sections. So we're manipulating the grade a little bit here along the front, but because this thing slopes also kind of on a diagonal across our property, there's more fill happening on the inside of our property, which we don't think will be visible. So this is the south side, and this is the north side. So to deal with the cross sections and to make them legible, I thought I would show you the CAD file for a second. This is the north elevation, okay? And this, I put a floor plan above it. The red line is a 6-foot offset all the way around the building. And that was my cut line basically for my sections. So the red line, I've got a section here. I've projected those lines down. You can see the red line kind of coming through here. It's also part of your package, but so existing grade, we're actually is higher towards the street side, and our building is kind of cut into it. And then we have it kisses the top of our pool, existing grade. The ground line though is not cut. The ground line is cut right at this here. So that's why you're seeing the red line and the green line aren't quite lined up. And then we're adding about 18 inches of fill here as we head down towards elevation 30. So the red line is a north section line. The green line is a section through the middle of the building. And then there's a blue section line, which is on the south side of the building. So hopefully that's not too confusing, but there isn't really one site section that works well through the building. So on the PDF of the elevations, there are 3 different ground lines through here because of the way the site has a double fall line on this, if that makes sense. So I'm going to go back to this PDF here. So that's our site plan. There's the cross section through here. It's a little bit trickier to read in black and white, but I've got the grade numbers on here. So that's existing grade is the upper one. And our building is stepping down. We've dropped this a couple of feet. It went down like almost 3 feet from the earlier submission. That's why all these areas are clouded. The last meeting, there really wasn't any massing comments. It was really about the grade and about color. I'm going to go to the before and after. This is the before and after, which is essentially what you saw last time. And you can see that we're more, we're hunkered into the property quite a bit on the south side and on the north side. I included these standalone, these are kind of repeat elevations, but we did these in color as well, just so that the board could understand what these section lines were. So this is sort of a snapshot of that floor plan that I showed you in the CAD file. This is the north elevation, the one that you would see from Douglas, with red being the grade that's towards us and green being the grade in the middle of the building. They do overlap in a couple of spots. And then this is it on the south side where we're interior to our property. This side, the existing grade is this blue line. So we're adding fill obviously where the deck is. And we're adding some fill along here, but we're trying to pretty quickly get back to natural grade. You can see it. There's a little bit of contour manipulation in here, but it's not a lot. It's most actually in the back side of this, but the front side of it is natural grade. I think that's all I'll talk about grade. And then the colors. So this is a platinum gray, which is a color option. Oops, sorry. This is dove gray. These are the doors and windows. It's a stock Anderson color. This actually reads like it has a little bit of blue in it in reality. So that's our door and window color. And this is our trim color. Previously, we'd all white. So we're using platinum gray for the trim, and we are using the stock dove gray for the doors and the windows. And that is, oh, one more thing. When we get to the the garage is rendered on a flat elevation, but you can see that it's not quite flat. So we do have, this is more accurately representing what that grade will be. I guess I could give this back over to whoever wants to control the screen, or I could keep control.
What would you prefer, guys? I think everybody would like you to just continue.
What?
Okay.
But you gotta
Now,
hurry up, Joe, because this thing's on the market and we got to approve it really fast.
Yeah.
I think the renderings from the link site are very helpful.
She's talking
And I
about the
sent
real
those
estate
to
link.
Holly if you want to show those.
Okay, anyway.
They're on the link called
Did you
rendering.
guys send?
Yeah, I didn't do those renderings, so I would.
You didn't?
No, those were done by the realtor, and I don't think that they accurately represent the outdoor patio space in particular, because we did some renderings that are up on the screen here.
Yeah.
And this is a couple weeks old because we don't have the sunken deck, and the deck is flush with this wall. I mean, it depicts generally the grade. It certainly shows the topography rolling down here, but the details really, this one area that I don't feel is accurately depicted in the rendering. The backside, the south side, yes, is accurately represented, and this is an accurate depiction of the front, and it's an accurate depiction of the garage. But that one patio that faces south, this aerial here shows that as a elevated wall, but the deck and the wall are all at the same height. So
flush.
Yeah, they're flush. And the grade manipulation that's on here, like this shows relatively flat in the rendering. So that shows it level all the way across there.
Yeah.
This is a more accurate depiction of it. It's really almost, the grade and the deck are almost level with each other at the left side of the property, and then that wall starts to get exposed. And I made the mistake, of course I'm showing them again, but I made the mistake of showing these elevations last time, and I thought it might have created some confusion because they did not correlate with this.
Okay.
And I've tweaked the grade lines for this submission without adjusting the rendering.
All right, Joe, I think we should get to this.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Stephen, about an hour ago, wanted a clarification.
Yeah, I forgot what it was. It might have been about the interest rate change.
Your
between the-
birthday happened in between
Yeah.
there, so I'm sure that
Interest rates have already
distracted
gone
you.
up. since
Yeah,
then.
the interest rates have gone up another basis point, Joe. Yeah, I guess I'll try and figure it out as we go through this.
Okay, all right. Anyway, so who would like to begin the discussion on this?
Well,
What-
yeah, go ahead. Karen.
Okay.
I was gonna say, I think I understand the grading, and I don't think you're doing a huge significant amount of fill. And I appreciated that one presentation on the screen with all the colors and the black, because I think that clearly showed that you're sunk a little bit lower than the perimeter of your thing. But I'm concerned about all the see-through windows. I'm looking at the south and then the north, and that the room on the north elevation, your mass all the way to the left. You flip over and then you look at the mass all the way to the right. Those are corresponding masses. You see right through that. Same thing with the connector pieces. You've got these humongous windows that are, at least on one of them, you see straight through it. And even though this house is not like on a plateau and you're looking up at it, I do think the the quality of light, just like we were talking about equipment, it's dark out there, there aren't streetlights, but this house is going to glow straight through. And I think the night sky is important in places that are vast like this. So that's my concern on this. I do appreciate the massing and, as I said, the grading. Now I think we gotta work on some of these.
Fenestration.
Side to
Our
side,
dark
south-
sky
south to north.
project.
Okay, Carrie, well said. Is that it? Okay, next.
Along Carrie's lines, I was, it's either the fenestration or the massing or both, but they're, there's kind of interchangeable. I'm finding that now that I understand this site, I think that the long, over 100 feet, I don't know how long it is on the north side, but it's going to be a big mass on the hill, and plus the fenestration is going to be, it's going to light up. And we already have that problem on Eel Point. It's just seems to be a happening thing. So I don't really want to see the real estate pictures before
that's
before
depressing.
we've, it seems like, it doesn't matter what we say now because it's already on the market. So don't show us that.
Well, I don't think he showed it to
I
me.
found it.
I don't want to see that. I mean, I want to talk about what we think about the architecture in context to the site. And if we have to comment on things like massing and fenestration, and those are two big things on this site. So I'd like to see both of those reduced.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Hey, Joe, would you disagree that this house is 115 feet end to end? That's what I just measured.
I can tell you exactly if you really want.
Okay, Abby's corroborating that, so.
113 foot 10.
Okay.
If I go from extreme
Hey,
to
and Abby
extreme.
has one more comment.
Yeah, so when you're coming off the side road, did you call that Douglas? What was the one where the driveway is off of?
The driveway's off Brayburn.
Rayburn. And you said there was going to be a retaining wall on that circular driveway?
Oh, it faces inside.
Yeah, there will
Faces
be.
into the property.
You can see that this,
What's the height of the retaining wall on that?
here, I can show you.
I just want to know the height.
Well, the street's at
2 feet.
28. The street's at 28. The hill rises 6 feet up to 34. And then the driveway is back down at 31. So you'll have along this inside corner, I would try to keep this to about 30 inches, but it's going to retain this hill. So you're never going to see it from there.
I mean, do you think that's appropriate for this area? I just don't know, because that's going to be a big swath of stone. And
Actually, I can tell you. Hey, Joe, I'm going to speak for you on this one, actually. That faces into the site. He's cutting into the hill just to make it flat where the thing is. So you're actually not going to see that wall. It's going to conceal the driveway.
Okay. All right. No, I trust you. I just don't think it's, if we were to see it, it wouldn't be appropriate.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we don't want it populated with retaining walls. And can I just make one comment regarding the length?
Okay, the comment can't be any more than an hour long.
Okay. Well, if I measure from this porch, the face of that porch to the face of this ward, yes, it's about 114 feet long. But let me just go to the plan.
Hey, Joe, I was just making an observation because she asked, that's all. I mean, we have seen these plans before. It's
Yeah,
not
well,
like
that's
ruined in length.
that's what concerns me, to hear a comment like that. And we're
Well, no, she
trying
just asked
to,
how long it was, and I measured it, and I said how long it was, that's all. Okay.
we're really trying to break this up both with materials and with roof lines.
No,
So
I understand. So let me hear the rest of the board members. Okay, so Val, Stephen. Who's next?
Val, you want to go? You want me to go?
You can go.
Okay, so I'm going to give a little pushback on this idea of seeing through things. If, on two fronts, I'm willing to be persuaded otherwise, but I get the lantern concept, but I don't know that it holds water. So you've got the lights on at night and you have a window. You're going to see light through it, whether there's a window across from it or not. So for me, it's, and you're not going to see both sides of the house at the same time. So the next idea, one sec. The next idea, yeah, but we have this, Carrie's pointing out the extent of the fenestration on one side, which is a common issue with a home of this size, is there's a lot of fenestration. So the point I was trying to make is that for me, if I can see through something, I think it's beneficial because I can see either blue sky or green, depending on where it's located.
Or light at night.
But hold on a second. If there's a window, whether there's a window across from it or not, you're going to see the light through the window.
The light's on.
Right. The fact that there's a window across from it has no bearing on whether you see light from a window. You can't see every side of a house at once.
Let's let Stephen make his.
So this concept of it's a lantern, as if it's a lantern that you set down on your desk and you can see light coming out of each side. I don't think it holds water. And for me, the counterbalance to that is that if it's an open facade and the fenestration is large enough that I can actually see through it as if it's a breezeway, I'm seeing green beyond it or I'm seeing blue sky beyond it, depending on my angle of inclination. So to me, that's actually beneficial because it's breaking up the structural mass. So I'm willing to be persuaded, but I think we need to be, I needed to be clear that it's not actually like a lantern because you can't see all sides at once.
It's like living with mice, Steve.
Whether it's a lot of glass and a lot of light is a different point, and I don't disagree with it. But I think it's a valid point, Val, and just because you don't agree, you don't have to be. I think on the structure itself, the biggest thing for me, Joe, are these connectors. And it's not that they're vertical siding, it's that they make this appear as just one large structure. And I think it could be successful if you were to downsize these connectors. The only other comment I have is your east elevation, I think, is just way out of proportion with respect to the other elevations. It is, it's just very, very large in the perception of the mass. And it's not, again, just due to the vertical boards on the small shed roofed jog and the small circular window. It's just overall, I think the treatment of the fenestration, but also the size of it, it's just it appears to be a massive structure compared to the rest of the elevations where the massing has been very successfully broken into smaller, more compartmentalized presentation. I'm not going to get into fenestration on the north in terms of where it's located and so on and so forth, because I think there are some changes that need to be made. But those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Val, it's to you.
Well,
Valerie?
yeah. I just think it's very large compared to other houses out there. And I agree with Stephen about the massing. If the connector's downsized, it could be very helpful.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Did she say she agrees with me about the lantern?
Yeah, no, I
Oh.
don't agree with you about that. And because you made a snarky remark about what I said, I had to make a snarky remark back. That's just how it works.
That's the way we play this game.
Right. So I do think the windows in the connectors should be smaller. Just overall, downsize and simplify wherever you can. And I appreciate the color changes.
Yeah, I do. I agree with the color changes too. You know, that whole transparency thing with the windows all originated from a house which is actually on the market now as we drive in from Nantucket Road that has two gigantic Palladian windows on either side of the intersecting gable, so that when you drive by, you look right through the house. I don't think it's visible.
That's in building with Nantucket.
It is, but it doesn't so much have to do with the lantern effect as the idea that you're looking straight through a building as opposed to seeing darkened windows. So to that, I think that the reduction in the size of the windows, particularly in the connectors, would be a great idea. And also reduction in the size of the connectors themselves would be a great idea to sort of take away from the overall mass of this house. But otherwise, I think it's a pretty well-designed house, which, by the way, is in a very remote location, and it is not situated, well, I was going to say it's not situated at the high point out there, because there are other points, unlike a recent application that we just reviewed. You know, I'm looking at grades around this thing that are quite a bit higher than the grade where this house is. So, you know, the house is at 34, 35, and I'm looking at a hill like right next door that's almost 45. So, you know, anyway, what's the pleasure of the board on this?
Motion hold for revisions.
Okay, Stephen's made a motion to hold for revisions. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? What do we want to do with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other applications associated?
You just hold them all to track.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
No, that would be grand. Thank you. Okay, can somebody give me that?
So moved.
motion? All right, Stevens moved to have the other applications at 26 Douglas track. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, thanks, Joe. Okay, Matthew, it's to you, Two Stone Alley. Oh, my goodness.
We've got 130 on the agenda now.
Mr.
The
Chairman,
number's gone up.
Yeah, hang on.
can I just make a note that there's a few people waiting to speak on Two Stone Alley when we get to it?
I couldn't think otherwise, but thank you.
Tell you a problem?
Your problem?
I'm not, so I'm not on
That was
Tuesday
8:30?
night. I missed that one day where we just did Douglas, and I mulled in on the Two Stone Alley.
You did, Molly.
Yeah.
Me that chose you.
Well, what's the status of that? Does anybody know? Can anybody tell me?
I think I sat on it the last time,
Wait,
and we didn't hear it because it didn't go through that way.
wait, so did you mull it in between the last time and now, or did you mull it in before the last time?
The last time I was here for it, it just was skipped that night. I mulled in before.
Did we skip a night?
Not that
I'm aware of, no. We didn't skip a night.
We might have.
Mr. Chairman, I haven't received anything from Diane about Mullen for this
So
application.
when you mull in, you got to sign the little form.
Well, I got it at the table when I was sitting there, but never mind, I just wanted to say, I've been there from the beginning. And
But did you miss a meeting? What?
Yeah, I don't remember you missing one.
Why would
Okay.
you all in?
Listen, so Terry, and I guess other people can be doing the same thing that Terry can be doing, which is, can we go back and review the minutes of the last couple of meetings to see whether Diane was present on those? Because she's not on this list.
Do you know when it was last heard?
That was you, Terry,
Yeah.
right?
Terry, July 11th.
July 11th, Terry.
In here, there's minutes for the 26th.
I'm on it?
No.
No. Well, then maybe I did miss one then. I don't know. I missed the one that included Douglas Way, the ones we
Hang on,
just
too many
heard.
people talking.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
sorry.
gonna have to
No,
go
no, I
into,
wasn't.
Can you still hear me?
Now we can.
All right,
Yeah, I'm gonna go, I'm taking off into
to the town website. Hang on.
Mr. Chairman, I have some copies of old minutes. I have her on June 7th. She was sitting for this application.
Okay,
Then on July 26th, she was no longer sitting on the application.
not sitting on the application. So it seems that the 26th, that was the one.
Something, so it was between the 7th and the 26th?
Yeah.
Yeah. That
Okay.
must have been the meeting then that I.
But there was a
July.
subsequent hearing on August 7th. Was there a subsequent hearing on August 7th?
Let's see, August 16th, August 9th.
Do you know?
I actually don't remember, to be honest with
Yeah.
you. Diane was here on the 16th.
So 26 was the question.
That was the last meeting that I have.
26.
For the July 26th.
Okay, hang on.
But the 26th was motion to hold.
Oh, come on, I don't want that. That's not what I'm looking at. Sorry. I'm going to be mumbling. Please ignore my mumbling.
So what's the date we're looking up? Just
Well, I don't want to
26th
hold
of
up
July.
things. I didn't think I had missed any.
That was a meeting that
And I thought
apparently.
I
was the minutes
Not that one.
Not present.
Yeah, I have Val, Abby.
Not that one.
That's not holding up. That's
July 26th.
That was the last time it was heard.
Val, Abby, Stephen, Ray.
Okay. Well,
That's it.
yeah, as Diane was operating remote,
Oh.
I'm looking to see if,
But there's nothing in here.
yeah, she made no comments.
No comments.
She didn't vote on it.
Hold on.
Oh, boy, let's see. Myself, Abby, Diane. Sounds familiar.
Do you
Diane is
remember?
not here.
Val, Stephen.
I'm just listening to the meeting.
No.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything on
My
her not be
I know
on her
what
be.
happened. My internet went out. Do you remember it went out
Oh,
from the 8th of July
yeah,
to the
yeah.
26th?
Yeah, okay.
And I had no way of getting.
All right.
Yeah, I have you down as remote, but I don't have you commenting on anything.
Yeah.
So I missed making that note in the minutes.
Okay.
So I'm coming back
I was
over to your
there,
world.
I was there, but I couldn't.
You were there, but you weren't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
that's kind of hard because I don't know how much you're aware of that's going on. And that's kind of based on what your participation is, knowing
Right.
what actually happened and input. So sorry,
Okay.
I'm sorry, because it made.
technical difficulty.
All right. So with all that, we can proceed now with a four-person board. The board being myself, Abby, Val, Stephen. Okay? All right. Matthew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll just go through the revisions that, I think that the last meeting, the board was pretty explicit in what they asked us to do. So why don't we start, west elevation, there's no visible change. That's the existing structure, as we're all aware. If you go to the east elevation, which is the rear, I think these are just the SK existing condition drawings. There we go. Great. Sure. You want to zoom out? It's just a couple sheets up. It's 8.2.1, I believe. 2.0, sorry. 2.0. Thank you. So east elevation. So at the last meeting, we presented a few options. I think the board generally appreciated the enclosed porch aesthetic for what we refer to as section C. So it's been helpful for us throughout the process. Section A being the original historic, B being the connector piece, and C being this last one-story piece. We do have that flat roof element on it, which was also something that the board had requested. We had shown a version with a hipped roof with a railing. I think the board consensus was that the flat roof was a little bit better. I feel like the proportion, the height of it could be a little bit higher, but in general, I think that's what the board asked for. We made some smaller fenestration changes, again, at the request of the board. I think, Abby, you had requested that the third floor window, that we match the window type that's on the west elevation, which I thought was a great suggestion. We've also, and this was Stephen, you had specifically asked for this, for us to shift the mass to the south by a foot, which we have done as well. We've added some lattice work around the perimeter to the lower level, windows in that brick section. We dropped the, what do I call, like a water table, that trim piece, so that actually steps down lower than the shingle line on the adjacent section of the structure. We've also dropped the second floor system, so there is a step down inside the building, which actually allowed us to lower that center section, or allow us to create an even greater distance between the primary ridge and the secondary ridge, which is something I know that the board's been asking us to do, and we've been able to drop that, I think by another 10 inches or so. So we're close to, I think that's 2.8. Difference between the ridge height and the center section. Let's see, if we go to the next sheet, to not repeat myself, we've basically added corner boards on the gable dormer in that center section. We had cottage corners there previously. North elevation, again, changes as requested to the rear section, and we had a minor window change to the section, what we're calling section B. It's just changing the window type. And then the subsequent sections show the section through the building, which does show the step down inside the building. So just to reiterate, I think we've done everything we've been asked to do. I know this has been a long journey. I got involved probably halfway through. I know that there's some neighbors and letters, and we've got Linda here. And I would just say that, this is a homeowner that's been trying to do an addition to his house for a long time. And I feel like somehow, I feel like in some ways they've been the victims of this process as well. There's a lot of opposition to this, and it's very concentrated opposition, and we have a lot of hired opposition. And so it just makes the process difficult, but this is just a homeowner who's looking to renovate the house behind him that he owns. And hopefully we've made all the changes that the board has requested, and I think that just about covers it. Stephen Cohen's here as well, who's been hired by the homeowner. I don't know if he has anything to add.
Stephen, you want to speak now?
Yeah, I'll be very brief. Some of the members may remember that I represented previously a former abutter who has since sold, and then this owner asked me to come in and help them work with Matt to be responsive to the commission and responsive to the comments that the neighbors were making. And I'm sure you recall that originally this plan, the new addition, was eating the old house. It was way too long, it was way too high, it was way too looming. It had no additive massing. It had no breaks in anything. And I think that Matt has responsively and successfully addressed those concerns in a way that you have, the shining front mass is retained. The step back is organic. The massing moves away from Stone Alley, and the drop off is relatively significant. And none of it looks like the big, bold, massive triplex that it used to look like. So I hope the board sees the hard work and the responsiveness and appreciates the design, and we can get an approval because I think that Matt has accomplished that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Okay, so I think we're going to give it over to neighbors now. Linda, you want to be brief on this, please? Oh, actually, sorry. You know what? I remember Miss.
Yeah. Hello?
Well, actually, I'm not. I'm right on time. Holly first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick as much as I can. So for the record, this is the 1858-1871 barn turned dwelling by Eliza Codd, a female MIT architect, Nantucket native. daughter of engineer surveyor William F. Codd, very instrumental within Nantucket's history, an individually significant structure. I want to just echo something that came right out of the Inquirer Mirror a long time ago. According to the Inquirer Mirror, many of the modernized old houses of Nantucket bear an impress of her skill, meaning Eliza, in conserving the characteristics of Nantucket architecture while adding the requirements of modern times. While living on Nantucket, Eliza converted this circa 1870 stable on her family's Orange Street property into a cottage dwelling. Her cottage at Two Stone Alley is a recognizable landmark along with one of Nantucket's iconic pedestrian lanes. Thank you, NPT, for that. HSAB was able to review the revisions on August 15th, their last meeting. The size of the addition is almost twice the footprint of the existing house. Additions should be subordinate in height and footprint to the existing house, not triple the size. The roof pitch of the middle section should match the main roof. This will lower the plate height of that section and reduce the amount of blank shingled wall facing Stone Alley. The living room is too massive in addition and needs to be shortened east to west by 1 bay as requested by HDC at the last meeting. Shortening it north to south by a bay would also reduce the scale as viewed from east. The flat roof could only be successful if that wing was significantly smaller in scale and simpler in design to match the original porch. The hipped roof options were simpler and more appropriate. The rear deck facing east has extraordinarily tall legs and an enclosed skirt, causing this to look like a flat-topped room rather than the base of a deck. The grade should be returned to its existing slope in order to lower the height of the deck. The triple mullion window facing east is too much and should go back to a double. At each new submission, minor revisions have been made, but the main issue of size and scale has not been adequately addressed. The HDC should require that unless significant changes are made to the proposed additions, this application should be denied or withdrawn. From staff's perspective, again, the Secretary of Interior's for new additions state they should be smaller than the historic structure and subordinate in both size and design. The existing structure is 556 square feet, while the proposed addition is 912 square feet. The proposed demo plans are very clear. There will not be much from the interior kept, including Eliza's trademark sunroom, an important character defining feature that should be retained for this individually significant structure. As seen from Stone Alley, although the sun porch should pay tribute to Eliza's design, the window formation should mimic the existing, the ganged 8/1 triple, as not proposed. The addition should still be reduced in size and pushed south as previously requested by the HDC. Overall, the same requirements, just slightly tweaked, but not enough. Appreciate the window survey. Thank you, Matt. I will note for the commission's record that there's 7 to be removed. I asked what those conditions are. They're not actually indicated that I could see. And the existing chimney on the south should be retained and not removed. I just want to echo the fact that this original structure is unique in form and history, and the proposed addition should be sensitive to the existing historic character. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
You
Holly,
ready?
Thank you. Linda?
I agree with everything Holly said. I've been on this longer than anybody else. I think John came on at the beginning, 4.5 years now. And
You're repeating things, I'm sorry.
might I finish without being interrupted, please? I did not interrupt you.
Linda, continue.
It's a death by 1,000 cuts. There is a document in there that's 100 pages long about the significance of the person, the place, time, and the structure. I appreciate that it has vastly improved from the one 4.5 years ago, 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, and 2 years ago. But it is still overwhelming the existing structure. It is overwhelming the view from Union Street, which is right at it, clear as day. It looms over Union Street and Stone Alley because it is the only structure that is in between the top of the bank and Union Street, all the way down that bluff. So it has a significance and a visibility that most of the other structures don't have, that front on Orange Street or front on Union Street. My family has a house on Union Street. I pass this thing every day. And I know one of the members a while ago, I think Steve, asked for the floors to be dropped and dropped and dropped to follow the grade if it was coming down the hill. It is still coming down the hill significantly. It still has a high wall that's perfectly visible, and I believe Holly has a picture where it's visible from Washington Street. I don't know if it's in the computer at the moment, but it's visible from Washington Street. This is not an insignificant structure, and it's not an insignificant addition. We have been at this for so long before Matt got involved and improved it, but we've been asking them to go south. This is not a simple little family looking to expand their house. They own the big house that actually fronts on Orange Street. This is their guest house.
Come on, Linda, let's stay with the.
So I'd like it, excuse me. I'd like it to go south as the board and HSAB has asked for 4 years. If you approve this large an addition without tapering down the hill, without reducing the wall on Stone Alley, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that's all in the minutes, it's well documented, and you approve this particular incarnation, where's the arbitrary and capricious from the last 4.5 years? It's very frustrating to Ginger, to some other people that are having a problem with it. We're just getting exhausted by the whole thing. We've asked a year ago, I think before Matt got involved, that it be denied due to lack of response to the concerns expressed time and time again. I understand he's doing his best to meet his clients' needs and wants, where they don't want to go south, where we've asked them to go away from Stone Alley, but we cannot reverse course at this time. And just because it's a little bit better than it was a month ago or 2 months ago, certainly 4 years ago, we don't know where to go from here. And I know there's some people up there who want to talk, and I think Ginger is here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Up there. You want to go, Ginger?
I'm on the phone. Yes,
why don't
please.
you go, and then we'll take the people on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So I think one thing that Linda didn't mention, which is a difference from the last time we looked at this, is that the square footage has actually increased from 812 feet from the addition as proposed back in August to 912 square feet. And I recall the commission asking for the addition to be pulled to the south. I didn't recall it being requested to expand to the south. In other words, the deck has actually increased in size, which is not helping. I mean, it should be possible to look at the building and understand Eliza Codd, the architect's cleverness in that conversion, because it was a barn, and it's now with the proposed addition, the original structure looks like a wart on the main house, which it was never a main house. It was a cottage. It was a perfect cottage. It had roses around the door. But as you walk down the alley, then you could see the way the bank was cut out on the south side of Stone Alley. It was possible to understand the history of the whole neighborhood by looking at the barn, at the way the house was structured, and this addition overwhelms it. Still, despite Matt's efforts, he's made a couple of big cuts, and now we're back to pencil shavings, and that's not what I think that the board asked for.
Okay, Ginger, thank you. Mr. King, it looks like you're unmuted, so you can go first out of the three that I see up there.
All right, thank you. I'm a neighbor to the south, and I'm a frequent passerby on Stone Alley. So I'm kind of on both sides of this, and this is, we've watched this as a Stone Alley walker and as a neighbor for getting close to 5 years. Not one thing that the HDC has asked the applicant to do has been done. Now, Matt made some very interesting points. He talked about the neighbors having lots of professionals and all that. Well, I don't have any professionals. I just think it's worth rethinking what is on the table here. We started with an architect on the Cape. All that's happened here is we've hired a new guy, Matt, who's super talented, super capable, and much better plugged in this milieu to process just about exactly the same building that we had, except that the third floor furthest to the east has been lopped off. That's the only thing that's different between this and the first application, okay? Matt spoke about a renovation to a house. This is not a renovation. The new footprint is going to be almost 3 times the size of the old footprint. So that's not really a renovation. We're also making this, the height of what's being added is 30 feet. The middle section is 30 feet. The length of the building is still 3 times as long along Stone Alley, which is the important part of this. Now, I'm a neighbor to the south, okay? So you might think that I would be fighting this thing tooth and nail to make this house go any way but towards me. And in fact, I was so happy when the HDC came down and said, hey, the only way this thing is going anywhere is if you move the density to the south, which would be right towards me, and not run it to the east down Stone Alley. Now, you would think that I'd be arguing exactly the same thing, but I would be perfectly happy to see the density next to us in a way that hides it from Stone Alley and hides it a little bit from Union Street and also keeps it from blocking the view of the Unitarian Church spire from everything below. So all of these things argue to go back to where this was when, the HDC commissioners that sat on it were super tuned in on the first time this came up. And they had a really good idea, which is move all this to the south and maybe we can kind of work with it. And all that's happened here is we just keep moving it to the east and drip, drip, drip to see if we can get an approval. We would really ask that you either disapprove this, or if we're going to keep working on this, why don't we go back to moving the density to the south? Let's get rid of the glass room that's been tacked on to the building. I mean, it really is a glass room, which, can you imagine a house right in the 1850s sticking a glass room 50 feet, 50 yards, maybe 75 yards off Main Street? It's just inconceivable. So I think this is really tough, and we would ask the HDC the commissioners to go back to where this started. Let's figure out how we rework it. Let's make it look like something that possibly could have been here in 1850 and go from there.
Thank you, Mr. King. Listen, we have 11 minutes left before we're supposed to break. We have 2 other people that would like to speak. I'd like you to make it brief so that I can hear from my board members. But if one of you, there you go, Karen, your turn.
Thank you. I live at 10 Orange Street, directly on the other side of Stone Alley. So my property runs along the entire length down to Ginger's property. And to me, it's going to loom up in the sky right above Stone Alley, unlike anything else that's there. I don't understand the height of it. It's so dense and massive coming out the back of the building. It also is going to change the nature of every painting of the historic downtown district. If you look from down the harbor, if you look from Washington Street up at the clock tower, the historic clock town clock, you're going to see this house that was never there before. This great, big, massive thing with all these windows blazing right in front of our town clock. So we're so, our Stone Alley is a precious part of the history of Nantucket. It's quaint, it's charming, it's like a local secret special place that everybody knows. And yet it's going to be have this mass looming on top of it that was never there before. It feels so wrong in so many ways. So just because it's less horrible than it used to be doesn't make it right. And tripling the size of the building doesn't make any sense. Pushing it up into the air 20, 30 feet doesn't make any sense. I imagine they have to have big pillars to go down into the sand to hold it up into the sky. It feels like it's going to be raised up because it's on a hill. When they built this barn, it sat on the crest of the hill. And now the structure is coming out in that direction. They've already put a bunch of dirt like 3 feet under their hedge, which they've planted along the edge of Stone Alley. So there's already a 3-foot burn of soil that's sitting on the edge of their property. And I guess that's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. King.
Hi, sorry, can't quite figure out how to get my video on, but nonetheless. Earlier this evening, as I was watching the proceedings, you talked about the HCC's responsibility, and part of that was protecting publicly traveled ways and being concerned about the visibility from a public way. And I think this is exactly what you're talking about. If this, you can't really call it an addition. If this new structure is built, it will forever change Stone Alley. It will never be the same. And, stuff does change, that's for sure. But the historic district is not supposed to be that place where stuff changes forever. So that is my comment.
Oh, thank you. Okay, folks, I think that was it. So now we can turn it over to the board. Thank you all for your comments.
There's hands up.
Oh, no, we already had those.
We already got people we're gonna hear. They should come to the meeting.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Who wants to begin?
I'll go.
We have 7 minutes.
I have to leave at 8:30 sharp, so I don't know how that's gonna affect this, but I want to.
Hopefully you won't leave before the vote. Okay, let's go.
Okay, let's start at the east elevation. Please. Lower right. Bring it up 3 clicks. Okay, first of all, Matt, I do appreciate the changes. I think that they largely track the motion that we made at the last meeting. A couple things. One is just on the detailing of the rakes, very minor. I don't remember there being that kind of a almost scalloped edge. It's a much simpler structure, so I think it needs the existing, so it needs to conform to that.
Sure.
Number 2, someone made a comment about having a glass room on a historic structure. I just remind everyone that there was a glass room on this historic structure, and frankly, there's still.
Your mic's off, buddy.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, no, whenever I see you on mute, I know something's up.
All right. Terry, did you hear any of that?
She's muted.
Bits and bobs. I hate to ask you to go over it, but please.
Yeah, no worries. So basically, one, appreciate the changes. They are largely in keeping with the motion from the last meeting. Number 2, small item, the rake details, the scallop angled edge is not appropriate. It's not consistent with the existing more simple cut. I don't think they're plumb cuts, square cuts on the existing structure. Number 3, a little more substantive. Someone had commented about a glass structure, a glass room being attached to an historic structure. There is in fact a glass room attached to this historic structure that was built and would be considered part of the contributing structure at this point. So I'm not quite sure I understood that. Maybe I misunderstood. As to what's in front of us now, I do understand, Matt, you moved the eastmost portion, the sunroom area, to the south by 1 foot.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That was a request. I think that I'm just going to tell you what's unsuccessful here. One, that 18-inch on center or whatever it is lattice panel. I understand maybe looking to mitigate the expanse of brick, but I think that it might be better done with a vertical horizontal tightly woven lattice panel, which reflects what was on the structure to begin with underneath the porch at the rear. Number 2, I understand that this water table detail is dropped. You basically lowered that to create the perception of a step down. I think that that's partially successful. I think where it's unsuccessful is in 2 parts. One, it throws the proportions of the shingle wall underneath the windows off. And 2, without lowering the deck on the left, which is currently set up to be 1 step down from the door in this room, it creates a very, very odd detail. I think it would be much more appropriate, number 1, to lower the deck so you step down from inside at least 1 step, perhaps 2, so that in fact the deck is below the water table. I think that will create I think that will be a much more appropriate detail, and it will create a much more appropriate perception of the volume of that mass, being the deck and the vertical boards below it. Also, to lose the kind of tower-like nature, if after that reduction occurs, it still appears to be very vertical, I would suggest removing the center post as a visible element. I'm not saying structurally, but just remove it. Also suggest that vertical board should have spacing between it as the prior existing did, which I think is like a 1/2 inch space. On the structure, the windowed structure, I think, I hate to say it, but I really think that, I'm looking at this, I think that you need to go back to the larger windows, the 8/8s. I think that they're much more appropriate. I understand under the National Park Service guidelines, we want to be looking at not mimicking historic elements. Well, they're not saying don't, but they're saying that it's not always appropriate. But I think that these windows, the 6/1s, and not necessarily the fact that they're 6/1, but their proportions individually and as a group are inappropriate. I think that the larger windows would be more appropriate. I think that unfortunately for those larger windows to work, you would lose probably 1.5 feet off the width of this. But that might address others' concerns. With respect to the secondary mass addition, that has been lowered. What was the lowering of the ridge on that map?
That the floor change alone, I think, was about 11 inches. So now I think it's 2.6 or 2.8.
In total from the original proposal?
Oh, it was pretty much aligned. So 2.6, between 2.6 and 2.8.
Okay, so that's come down 2.5 feet.
At least.
Okay, so that's that elevation for me. Bear with me, I'm just. If we go to the south elevation, the south elevation, upper right, up 3 clicks, please. If I'd planned this ahead, I would have brought us to this one and pointed out the difference between the windows. I think given the fact that these windows are not visible, this is fine as an extension left to right from the existing to proposed. I think, however, that this elevation does point out the kind of lack of a traditional proportion that the current 6/1 provide, and the reason to change them. Otherwise, I have no concerns with this elevation. South. Bear with me, I'm clicking. North elevation, same comments as the east, lattice-wise, fenestration of the sunroom. One item that might actually address this is in the reproportioning of those windows. Matt, I know it's not something you want to do, but if you were to consider to integrate the beadboard vertical elements underneath the windows as exists on the current sunroom, I think that is, that I wouldn't mind seeing a study of that. I know that's not what you're interested in doing, but I think that that's where we're at this point. Nothing on the north. And I think those are my comments for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Abby, you ready?
Yeah, I'll just say a few things, because I think you have done some good changes to this. If I were to do just one more thing, this project, I think it's the middle massing. If that were to shrink and come down a couple of feet, I think it would really change this a lot. And I think that's my only concern. So I will stop there.
Okay, thank you, Val.
Yep. I was going to say, well, looking at the south and the north on the same page, it occurred to me, the reason I think the south is so successful is because it has this one-story element, and the dormers are different. It just appears more grounded, more typical additive massing. And I know it's the north side that's been the struggle. So I agree with Abby, if there was something to pull that down, it really would start to look like the massing was whatever. I can't even think of the word at this point. I think in the window well being right on Stone Alley in the basement is probably not appropriate. I agree with Stephen about the windows in the sunroom. And on page 51 of Matt's material, there is a sunroom that looks exactly like this from the rear. I'm not sure where it is because there's no address, but it looks like it's on the same. In my,
Hey, I'm just going to say something. Steve, sorry to interrupt, but Stephen is leaving.
okay.
Okay, so he's not going to participate in the vote, which we all know what it's going to be for, but we're going to have 3 people, that's a quorum,
Why can't he just stay and vote?
because he needs to do something. But anyway, listen, wait. He's going to Mullen back in, all right? So you haven't lost Stephen. This is a technicality. He has to go. Okay, Val, go.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt, but could we end to not lose Stephen?
What?
Could we end to not lose Stephen, since we're looking at revisions anyway?
There.
Well, I want to voice my thing, which is roughly congruent with the other ones, but I think it's important that my voice be heard, Stephen. Okay,
Fair
and
enough,
I want to hear
Val
Val.
has to finish,
Listen, Stephen has said his piece for this meeting. We know where this is going. Val, continue.
Well, so there is a picture of a sunroom that's fairly similar.
Yeah.
And it seems to me that a lot of the houses along the street there, is it Orange Street, have backs like that.
Right.
So yeah, mitigating the middle section, it would be imperative, and changing the proportion of the window so it mimics what was there. And changing the window in the gable on the east is a definite. I think someone mentioned, and I can't remember who it was, if the roof pitch on this was akin to what's on.
Oh, come on, let me say that part.
Okay.
Fine.
I was asleep.
All right, go ahead.
No, have you finished?
It would lower the eave lines, and I think it would
Okay.
be a little more palatable, but
All right.
that's
Well,
all I
yeah,
have,
they
Mr.
basically-
Chair.
So, Matt, I was going to say the same thing. The thing that's always troubled me is the fact that the roof pitch on the middle mass, I think that there have been vast improvements on the sunroom and vast since we first saw it the first time. The old original building is what it is, and then you've got the piece in between, which, as seen from Stone Alley, which is arguably the crux of what this discussion is all about, our eave is still very high on that middle piece. So you would be killing two birds with one stone if you increase the roof pitch of the middle mass and then in so doing brought the eave down, because my main reaction to this proposal is if we could go to the north side just for a second. I think you all know what I'm going to say. Val basically just said it. There it is. It's that big, that big wall with a tremendous amount of wall space between the top of the second floor windows and the eave. Vast amount of space. If that roof pitch increased and that eave dropped, that would be mitigated and the whole thing would feel smaller, even if you left the ridge where it was. So that's my main comment. So anyway, I think
I just respond to that because I'm sorry, we changed the window, if I could, Mr. Chair, based on one of the board members' suggestions. Now they're saying like
you
put it
changed
back.
the window?
Yeah, the window type, the triple
That was
unit.
my idea.
So this is one of the challenges. It's like death by 1,000 cuts both directions here. I'm trying to do everything I can. The only point about it dropping that center section, if you look where that second floor finished floor height is, that second floor space barely works as it is.
Okay, Matt, look, I'm telling you what my main overarching concern is. Okay, that's what I've just told you. I didn't say 10 things about this type of the rake and all that. I said one thing. And if you go back and read my comments, that thing has been said by me at every meeting. Okay, so I'm just saying that's my concern.
And all I'm saying is we've been working tirelessly to make that successful.
Thank you, Diane.
Thanks, Diane. But all I'm trying to say is you're asking me to lower the center section, and I don't know how else to do that.
Lowering the eave. See, now there's different people at this board that might tell you different things. Like, I think it's more important to lower the eave and increase the roof pitch than it is to decrease the ridge, which is already 2.5 feet lower than the ridge of the existing building. That's my opinion, but I think that the eave is the part that is creating the very wide expanse of shingle between the head of the first floor window and the eave. It's how high it is, and that's because you have a relatively shallow roof pitch. So again, like we say so often here, we can't design this at a table for you, but
I'm not asking
Okay.
for that, obviously. I just wanted to point out that it's still very challenging. I'll do the best I can.
Well, I'm sure that it is.
Yeah.
So anyway, listen,
This is it's obviously very frustrating and difficult for me to hear it's really brutal, honestly. I'm trying to do the best I can, and I'm like this far from walking away because I can't.
Someone had said, we really, really appreciate the comments the revisions that have already been made. So, I'm one of those people that do appreciate the revisions.
I appreciate your time. I know it's late. I feel like I'm going to come back and make some changes. Hopefully I'm closer, but I just don't know, because every time when we start off the meeting and all the same people say all the same things over and over again. So
regardless of what the people in the audience are saying, the eave has not been lowered. And to me, that's like the eave on the north side. I mean, the eave on the south side will drop correspondingly, I'm sure. But
I mean, we have lowered it. The whole section is lower. We changed the pitch. We've done a lot, but I hear what you're saying. All I'm saying, that section is like a 2'4" plate height as it is. So I'm just gonna have to drop it down to something obviously lower. So I get what you're saying.
there it is. Anyway, so make sure, Matt, make sure that Stephen does his due diligence and Mullins back in before the next meeting. And can I have a motion?
Motion for revisions.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Terry, just for the record, 3 people voted on that, Val, Abby, and myself. And so Stephen presumably will mull back in.
Yeah, I got it.
Do we need minutes?
I'd like them approved, but Steve had indicated that he had some edits to make.
Okay, I'm going to defer to him on that.
Yeah, so if somebody could prod him to get those edits made so we can get these approved, that
I'll
would
prod
be
him.
really great.
Okay, that's super. Okay, thanks, Terry. What? Oh, okay. All right. I'll send him a text or something. Okay, folks, John McLaughlin.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, John. All those in favor of John's motion to adjourn?
Aye.
Okay, thanks, everybody.